everyone, and welcome to the Owlbear Inn, where we play TTRPGs and have a hoot. I am Murray, your game master for the day, but before we get into any major details, sponsored read from Jiro.
Okay, so this is completely improv songwriting here. You're never too young or too old for life insurance. Planning for your future with Kate Woolman State Farm is easier than you think. Call Ben at 719-539-6265. I'll help you every step of the way. There we go.
That was amazing.
Thanks.
Well done. Well done.
You
Beautifully
and
done.
can you and Peter plan our next intro song?
Ooh,
that
that
would be
would be
so
dope.
cool.
That would be so
good.
cool.
Get you in on that. Get the bass to do some additional musics to it.
Yes.
Get Comic to do our next intro video as well. He's our intro video guy, officially. I will always come to you for that, Comic.
Now Peter needs to check out my ad read.
Yes! Yes! Did you check out Peter's ad read yet?
No, but I'm going to do it by Sunday so I can tell him to do that.
Oh, wow. Ben, you can sing. Congratulations. Thank you. That was beautiful.
Thanks.
Thank you, Kate Woolman, for the sponsorship. You delightful human being.
Eternally.
Eternally.
She gives me frozen chicken and trail mix sometimes.
At the same time.
At the same time.
Hopefully not mixed together.
Hopefully not.
Not mixed together. But
Okay, good.
All right,
it's an
coming up
interesting mix.
this week. The next thing we have is on Sunday, and it's going to be a half session. We're going to do a little 0.5 episode. Well, apparently we do it every year. Last time it was session 24.5? 0.5 on there. But it's a trend now, so we're going to have to do it next campaign too. But this one is going to be a 0.5 half session because I've got IRL things I got to do. Come on by, though, at 3 p.m. for that delightful thing. I don't know what I'm going to do with him yet, but it's going to be fun. Also, go ahead and check out our store. We have a lovely new design up there. It's Brolock saying YOL is an abomination. It really
It's so
is.
cool.
It's so good. It's so cool. We've got a nice picture of Peter himself inside the hoodie that we'll have to post and use at some time. It's an abomination. This is true. The artwork is done by that delightful human being on the overlay, not on Discord thing. It's over there on Discord.
Oh.
Other side on the overlay. But thank you, Michael, for that delightful art. We've got another one that needs to be in the works now. It's nearly halfway through
Yeah.
March. We need to
I was
start
just
that.
thinking about that today.
Send me an invoice. We'll get started.
Okay.
That's all my general announcements. Just merch, subscribe. Amazon Prime, if you've got that, you get a free subscription every month. What?
Mhm.
Share the love and make Bezos pay for us to use this platform.
Yay.
That aside as well, what is going on with you lot? Michael Howe, I saw you streaming earlier on today, making that beautiful crest, which is displayed on our Starting Soon screen. Any big stuff
Saw
going on in
that.
yours?
Ooh, big stuff. Let's see. I have been playing Ravenloft Daddy Defense with Hans Half-Elven, and then I'm in the midst of prepping for a campaign here on every other Thursday night. Starting.
Nice.
Do we know that?
You can announce it. We decided it today.
Yay! April 5th. Be the
Nice.
third
Fourth.
episode. April 4th. It's one of those days.
As long as
Yes.
it's not April 1st and then you juke everybody.
Yep,
No,
4th.
April-
Okay, 5th is Friday, which throws me off because we play on Fridays. Yeah.
We play on Thursdays.
No. But this game is playing on Friday.
All
And so
right,
the
all
game
right.
that I'm running. I mixed
I
it
was
up.
confused. You confused me again.
Haha.
What a silly child. Why would you do this, Shui? Oh, the
I
first is
gotta
on a
prep it
Monday.
for-
That cool. Yeah, fun stuff. We're very excited about what's going to be happening there. Ah, exciting. Go check out the Michael Howe of Arts. It's great. Comic, you got anything fun going on your side?
Ooh, do I? So, first real official announcement of this, me and my friend Bobby from across the pond have decided that we are going to make a podcast.
Ooh.
So, yeah, we are going to officially start doing a podcast where we'll be talking about all the art related stuff that's going on in the world and people being
Cool.
creative and different ways that people are being creative and just like celebrating art and talking about art and laughing and being silly. We actually just did an impromptu kind of like, let's see how this would go, and just filmed, which for normal people, it would be like the middle of the night because obviously the UK and LA times don't really line up that well, but it was very fun. I had a great time, and I'm very excited that the Comic and Bobby show are going to be a thing that's going to be happening.
That-
All the while, we'll still be doing art, Baldur's Gate, and seducing Karlak. And also running D&D with Cathros Chaos and sometimes Zelda Elf Studios 90 from the Alberian, which we run a pretty chaotic one. One of my characters just had an untimely demise because they went separating the party.
no.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Spoiler alert, but yeah, no, it happened about a week ago, and so the party's been kind of going through that, so that's really fun. So if you'd like to check that out, Fiend Tales Comic, check it out.
Go check them out. Fiendtales Comic is great. Absolutely wonderful stuff at every times. Had a good fun raid into them last night. Wow, that was last night. Oh,
Jeez.
oh, it's been a
Well,
day.
that was chaotic times too.
That was. That was. David, Sophia, you got any stuff to plug?
Not gaming related stuff. But if any of you guys need help building a business infrastructure, let me know. Helping my brother start an AC business and building all the logistics for him. And that can be done remotely. So let me know.
Cool. Yeah, go talk to them about stuff. They're the Ruddy Ginger in the Discord. That's their Discord name. But they are
Ruddy
also
Ginger.
Ruddy Ginger. Jiro Benjagaba. How's Benjagaba doing?
Yeah. Benjagaba's doing pretty good. We've been a lot more active than we have been, I would say, in the past 6 months.
Nice.
So whether that's hit or miss purposes or whatever, I've been kind of trying the fields between retro and new games, and I don't know, I think I kind of like doing both. So I'm like, if I'm going to be spending time doing something entertaining, it would probably be more entertaining if I like doing it.
This is
so
true.
that's kind of what I'm doing. So we're exploring our gay relationship with the wizard Gale in Baldur's
Ooh.
Gate 3. Shadowheart is kind of very not talking to us right now. At least she was for a second. Like, I was trying to talk to her at camp and she was like, I have nothing to say to you. And I was like, not even a dialogue option? Whoa,
Ouch.
okay.
You messed
So-
up big time.
I did, but the weave is mystical, and we'll just leave it at that. But yeah, and
So
we're also
love
still
Gale.
doing some. Yeah, Gales are one true person, but the retro side of things, we're still kind of doing some Dreamcast stuff. I was exploring. People are making like modern day releases but importing them, like the creators are making them as a Dreamcast version that can be played on Dreamcast emulators.
Huh.
And so I've been kind of exploring some of those, like homebrew, more modern releases on the Dreamcast. So
Ooh.
we're technically still playing a Dreamcast game, but we get
Cheating the
that
system a
like
little.
kind of modern release. Yeah. So
Yeah.
so yeah, we're checking some stuff out. There was this Wolfenstein 3D like that was kind of interesting. It's supposed to be kind of like Eldritch horror kind of
Fun. Cool.
concept. So might check that out next time. So
Well, go check out the Benjagoba for a lot of fun Dreamcast and then old retro and other just a lot of fun stuff. Just it's a hoot and a half over there. And they are so close to affiliate. Go give them a few follows. They need like
I
6.
am like this close.
Like 6 more.
So close.
Do it.
Yeah.
Very exciting stuff from everyone. Wow, a lot of fun stuff happening. I'm excited about that podcast. I need more things to listen to while I'm driving to work.
Yeah, me too.
And listening to a little comic voice and a Bobby voice speaking in my head would be delightful, I think. Other news as well. My other buddy, Skeptic Paulos, you all know him from the inn as the person who played Keyforge with me all the way back at the beginning of things, has got his own YouTube channel with his buddy Pat. They are called Pleb Hub. You can go check out one of the first one. Ooh, that's not the right link. I said the wrong one, everyone. Ignore that link.
Playing Pal World.
Oh wait, that is the right link. Yeah, go check them out. I was reading the wrong. Wow. They, their house burns down. A lot of bad stuff happens. That's the first one, I think. Oh, that's the third one. You could check the other ones out too. I'm in second one, and I'll be in other ones in the future as well.
Nice.
They just all
What? You
started.
get Viking axes in Pal World? I didn't know that.
Sure, that's a Viking axe.
I mean, it looks more Viking. I mean, I thought it was all like machine guns and bazookas. So
No.
an axe is surprising.
No, definitely not. Watch those. They're fun. They're a hoot and a half. I think that we're out of announcements now. Officially. Genuinely out. Shall we,
You gonna order more?
Yeah, I don't think they'll arrive till Sunday, though. Intro time?
Another
Okay,
round of announcements, please.
Another round. After this intro.
We're out over here.
It is open, my friends. Battles have yet to begin. Laughter will be heard in gales and floods. If not, at least there will be blood. The sorrow and loss may abound. We'll do our best to hold this hallowed ground.
Hey everyone, welcome back. Last week on our wonderful What If scenario inside Arrakis, the Dune universe, this wonderful group started following evidence and leads that suggested the Harkonnen still had a hidden cache of spice. Juro personally believes his sister and potentially mother are involved inside a conspiracy going on in a level that he does not understand and does not think is honorable or just to the name of the House of Nagara. There are a few who follow him. They can clarify what their beliefs are later, because we're going to do that at some point during this session. We've got Zephyr, Callus, Fighter, Nathan, Khan, the Mentat, and Alice Dominica. I wanted to read Minidonica at first, and that was just not right.
Very not right.
We said it fine earlier.
I did. Then I got caught up on the word later. I think it was because I was reading at the same time and just staring at the M. Anyhoozles, they flew out into the Doozert.
Dune Sea.
Into the Doonzert.
Into the dunes.
English is really on my side today. It's not. They flew out into the desert. Oh no, someone changed their name. You're the game
My
master
bad.
now. You want to give the recap? I'm Nathan Kahn.
Yeah.
I'll change that back. I didn't realize that those things were connected.
How did you
Oh,
do
yeah.
that?
Name, so it's alphabetical. If you change the alphabet of your name, it'll actually
I'm still
swap you in a different
Zara?
spot.
Dang, I need to change that
Please no.
to ultimate NPC.
Ultimate NPC. Oh yeah, you do. Anyway, recapping here still. They flew out into the desert to find that spice cache. They ended up finding it, landing a little ways away. Unfortunately, failing a move roll and then attracting. Actually, no, that was me spending threat points to attract a worm to the motions and have dune sand or drum sand underneath them. Yeah, some bad rolls.
That was me, because I was bragging about how I knew so much information about the sand walking. I was like, look, I know about sand walking, and then poof, I think I rolled like
That's right, you rolled a critical fail.
19. Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
not great.
Oh, wow. But eventually they made it in after running in, attracting all the attention of the guards of the spice location, killed the guards, and destroyed the location after searching it very thoroughly. Kind of by accident. They tripped a fail-safe mine of sorts. And flew back after a wonderful fighting sequence with a bunch of Harkonnen guards. They gathered a lot of information, have a general idea of where they might want to proceed from here, landed on a platform to have Shizu and her own personal guards approaching, saying, "Little brother, where have you been? What have you been doing?" And this is actually where we're going to start by opening into an introductory kind of scene of how intrigue conflicts work. The group of you all will be acting as one party. You'll be one person, so you can say things, you can continue acting for one action as a whole. Only one person can make a roll during that action, though. So you can say, anyone can say whatever you'd like, but it has to be a brief conversation, a brief statement. It's kind of a give and tell, or a give and give back and forth. You give me something, I reply to it, I then give you something, you reply to it, you then give me something. That's kind of how the initiative roles work. You'll be acting as a group for this one. The initial challenge has been offered by Shizu, but it always goes into the player's side. So, how would you like to respond to this? For this, you can do numerous things. You can roll and understand to try to understand initially what her body language suggests that her tone was going to be. Inside the Dune universe in general, there is a lot of body language communication. Fortunately, we are in a virtual setting and we're not professionals at doing that, so we can't do that ourselves. It's left to roles instead. Communicating and then understanding the body language is through a roll. And in this case, could be very useful, especially when you're talking to someone who is typically an enemy of yours. You can also create assets through certain ways, but we'll get into those details as we go. In this case, though, we'll kind of do a little talk it out, and then we'll decide what it is and go from there. The initiative is in your ballpark.
All right. Well, I am going to use my talent of hidden motives.
Ooh.
It says you are a master at concealing your intentions and motivations. Few truly know what drives you, even if they think they understand you. When an opponent fails an understand or communicate test against you... Oh, that's later. Okay. So, I am going to be driven by... Justice.
To be clear, you're going to be
Yes.
saying something first. You're going to be replying to something here. You're technically on the
So
defensive.
I can just say it without being on the drive?
Yes, you're on the defensive right now. So we need your act. Like in combat, your
Okay.
act would be swinging a blade. In this, your act is what you're saying, your vocal speech. So we need the reply first, and then seeing as you're on the defensive, we decide what you're rolling for your defense, and then I roll for her
Okay.
attack. Attack.
Shizu,
in quotes.
my dear sister, my friends and I merely wanted to see a worm up close. They've been here for some time, and you know, none of us have seen one. And you know, it's one of those morbid curiosity kind of things. You want to see things that should not be seen, and we've definitely learned our lesson. I will tell you that right now. So, if you're planning a lecture, we are very aware of the dangers in the desert.
Okay. That is 100% going to be a communicate, I think,
Can
skill.
I use masterful innuendo?
Is that in your communicate?
Yes. I have a special knack for saying more than one thing at once. The danger in the desert, my group will understand, conveying one message with literal meaning of your words and another with innuendo, allusions, and signals that only the intended recipients will understand.
Excellent.
So my intended recipients are our group. So when I say the danger in the desert, she might think merely the worm. But we know what we saw.
Okay.
So,
Absolutely. Your innuendo comes into play here. So your crit range is going to be what your communicate number is or less. You're automatically rolling
one more
with...
thing.
Oh, yeah. She gone.
When you attempt a communicate test, is that what this is right now?
That is what this is, yeah.
You may choose to increase the difficulty of the test by +1 to conceal a hidden message within your words. You must state who the intended recipient of the hidden message is. People other than the intended recipient cannot discern that you have concealed another message unless they have this talent or some other ability to detect things which people cannot normally detect, such as the hyper-awareness talent.
Ah.
So, I'm going to communicate, if I can, by increasing the difficulty +1. Be on your guard.
Okay.
Who's that
Mentally.
directed at?
Mentally be on your guard. And what is the Benny Gesserit's name? Angelica?
Alice?
Alice. Jeez, oh lordo.
Did you say yes to
Alice.
Angelica?
Yes. Alice. I will send that to Alice. So
Okay.
just be on your guard mentally.
Be on your mental guard. All right. So, your difficulty is going to be increased by 1, meaning the difficulty of getting in at you and creating whatever she's trying to do. I need you to roll the communicate. Now we get into what you drive.
My drive is justice. So, no, that doesn't make sense. Faith. Faith gives me certainty where others doubt. So I have some certainties that what I've seen arouses suspicion. So where others may doubt that suspicion, I remain firm.
Okay, yeah, I can buy that. I can see the angle behind it. Perfect. Let's go for that roll. There is a disadvantage here. So you're going to be rolling with 1 less dice for the fact that 2 of your companions here are quite obviously injured with something that would not be given by a worm.
Okay. So that's just 1
1 less
then?
dice.
Does
So
it
yeah, you'll
double-
be rolling.
Remind me
what would
again
be
how we
considered
get more
an
die.
asset. Assets.
It's the momentum and the assets. Right?
Momentum and assets, yeah.
Remember, we get the momentum back faster than we think.
Yeah, it's pretty quick.
Okay. I'll use 2 momentum. For 2 extra die.
You would be 3 momentum.
Yeah.
3
I would
momentum.
like
That's right.
to bolster this conversation if I can.
Yeah, what you got?
So I would like to use my diplomacy to attempt to discern what Jiro and his sister are playing at, and play kind of the interceptor or distraction, uh, like trying to change the conversation a little bit using my diplomatic ability, which allows me to use to, or allows me to give him 2 momentum at the cost of 2 momentum.
Oh. Okay.
Okay.
Like more kind of doing that communication via the body language, like we said, which is very common inside the setting.
Yeah, so I
Yeah.
have the ability to do data analysis and also diplomacy. So I'd like to read her body language, seeing that she's on the offensive, and kind of deflect and distract and be like, um, well, this seems like a lovely event. I think that it's most important that we focus on the moment at hand. Also, did you know that worms come in different colors based on the things that they consume?
Excellent. Okay. 2 extra momentum towards Ben there.
It's a total of 5 die, right?
2 momentum purchased.
If I use
The
3
three,
momentum
yeah,
to purchase
then
2
2,
extra die,
then
it's a total of 3 plus
yeah,
2
even
extra
with
die.
the disadvantage, you'd be at 5 dice. Look at you
yeah.
all pulling your resources.
Figuring it out. Okay. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
We got. Do I tell you what I get?
Yes, each individual dice.
Critical success of 1, 3. That is a 9, a 14, and a 19.
The
quite the
14
range.
and the 19 do not succeed. The 19 is actually a critical fail in this scenario, this situation. But that is 5
Is
successes.
the critical success?
Well, you actually had 2 critical successes in there with the 3 as well, because you've got
Oh,
your
nice.
focus in play for your drive.
Oh boy.
I have a mechanical question.
Yeah.
So does it go up and then back down, or does it go up and then also go up negatively?
So it doesn't go up negatively. What critical fails do is it either gives me a threat point or it gives me capability of introducing what's it called? Oh, what's the exact like a complication? Yes, complications.
Okay, so it
scenarios.
does go up on both sides. So we don't want any critical failures ever.
Yeah, they're bad.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
cool,
even
cool,
when you
cool.
succeed, they do go through. Yeah.
Hmm.
But this is also on the defensive, so technically, we haven't figured out if you succeeded yet. This is you are family, which means you are friendly, which means you're losing 2 to that difficulty. So that's going to be a difficulty of 3. However, you did use one of your abilities, which also increases it by a difficulty of 1. So you're back to a difficulty of 4. So she needs a difficulty of 4 there. I am going to say, however, one of the complications is going to be the potentially obvious attempt at a distraction from Nathan. She's going to see it as something, depending on how she's going to roll for this. She's only got 2.
I think we need one more person to help. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, I feel like in this instance, I would know.
The Mentat would provide information, right?
Yeah, I feel like I would even know information as to what the significance of this event would be for her, for the sister. Like I would know, because I would be divulging information for her as well. Like I'm an advisor, so she would be asking me for advice or information on certain things. So I would essentially know her search history and be like, oh, we should focus on the people that are interested the interesting for you,
True.
rather than focusing on this. Like,
Yes,
you
the
know.
matter of the distraction, though, matters more if she can see through things. So if she fails, the distraction's going to be a full success. The conversation's going to
Yeah.
shift and change. If she succeeds,
Okay,
though,
then-
she's going to see through it and see it as an attempt of a distraction. But you coming in
Question
with
of how
with like
versus what.
an intrigue, interesting that interruption, so to speak, has the added an element to it, and with a complication, I can then take that element and make it and add complicated aspects to it. So she's seeing into a certain aspect of what's going on due to the complication. Let's see what she gets. 2 and an 8. Well, her communicate is only 5.
It's a critical failure, right?
No, it's not that bad. I should have told you this actually beforehand. Communicates only 5. She's not being charming right now, and that is her focus on it. And it would be truth, because she's looking for the truth. So the DC for her would be 10. For successes, it was a 2 and an 8. That's only 2 successes. You rolled 4. So she does not succeed.
Nice.
Instead, her gaze shifts to the left. Like, perhaps you're right. You need to be much cleaner here. Nathan, for the success as well, for your intent into reading body language, it's a little mixed. She is angry, and for a reason of there's potential of having spoiled this party. But there's like a nervous twitch to it as well.
Would I have had previous conversations with her specifically on her intent in what would consider to be a success, so that I could alleviate stress in that way? Like, to be like, I understand that we have made a negative impact on the party. Let me alleviate stress in the way that I can to assist and be a mentor.
Timeliness.
Timeliness.
Making sure everyone in your party is there on time. You know, timeliness is very important to her, and the party starts in an hour. And you all look and smell like cow's backside.
What's this sister's name?
Shizu.
Speaking of cleanliness, Shizu, I will make sure that everybody is taken care of and ready for the party promptly. Shall we go? And kind of like moves to the end of the hallway and turns around kind of to be like, yes, we go now.
Before you have a chance to step past her, she is going to put her hand on your chest to stop you from moving and look for a moment. But first, that sounds like your rebuttal for the attack, again in quotes, to try to convince her to move on from this conversation and move past. So, she is going to roll. Her discipline's going to be, or her skill is going to be discipline on this one. And she's going to use her focus of observe as she is looking Alice and Zephyr up and down, carefully examining the wounds and what's happening there. And her drive is... Duty. She needs everyone to be at their strength.
Intercept with the communication, or is my action already used up for the round?
So the actions being used, you would be able to either attempt to create an asset for Nathan's role that they'll be making, or add an aspect to the scene, like what Nathan did with the interruption, which was a good interruption.
Okay,
Played out well.
so I will use my talent of bold communication.
Okay.
To Take a calculated risk. Says when you take calculated risks, you tend to succeed more often than seems reasonable. So I'm going to attempt a test using communicate. How do I generate threat for you?
By making me an
Am I
offer.
generating threat?
Making an offer.
Okay. This bold attempt of Jiro is an additional distraction. One that could increase the likelihood of the failure of this conversation.
Okay.
So the threat level is higher.
Okay.
Because of that, I may re-roll a single d20 in my dice pool.
Okay.
Because I'm boldly communicating.
I would say this doesn't then, that's talent doesn't then apply in this specific situation because the person who initiated the roll is Nathan. Nathan's going to be making the roll. It's their dice pool. It's not your dice pool that's rolling. So that's going to be a specific you talent. Like you have to have said something to use it.
Can I say something to intercept?
No, at this point.
Okay.
I was already halfway through saying what they're rolling for their things. A little too late, but good thought.
So,
May I... So Shizu is attacking with her.
No,
staring
Shizu's
us
defending
down.
at this point. Shizu's defending. Nathan's attacking. The defender rolls first to establish what the number of successes needed on the attacker's side is.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So I'm seeing Shizu's stress as a weak point in this conversation, and attempting to use the truth of Shizu's anxiety to be like, I'm here to help you. I'll help get these guys clean so that we can be timely, and kind of evading any future conflict, which, by the way, goes under my talents, which advisors understand. You have a knack for guiding others through problems.
Excellent. Right. So
I'm trying to guide everyone through this problem and be like, I know you want to fight right now, but the most important thing is that we get this event so everyone can be happy.
perfect. Let me first roll her defense and name all the things that she's using for her assets and all that wonderfulness before we get into your attack and what's going on there. So, where I finished was with she's also got the drive of duty on this one as she's examining you all and has a sense of care for your well-being. There is going to be... Nope, none of those. Just 2 dice.
I challenged you on that actually caring for my well-being. Kidding.
Wow.
You are an asset.
I am. Quite literally, I am an asset.
Well, she got an 8 of 1 success and a critical failure at a natural 20.
Oh.
So, there's going to be a complication on her end, but first, Nathan, let's find out how many successes you've got. So, counting off dice, first off. Oh, yeah, she is at it's an automatic success, but we're still going to roll because she is friendly. So at -2 on her defensive on there. At only 1 success, that's now 0 of minimum.
Okay.
So you've succeeded in whatever you're going to be attempting here. You've also got the benefit of a complication on top of her, so you can add something to whatever you're doing to fulfill that complication. You've got 2 dice.
Okay.
Standing. I don't think you're really using any assets, just a bunch of good stuff behind your... Oh wait, does your statement follow through with your roll for behind your drive?
My statement through my drive is 100% for the house. Like it's duty to the house.
Perfect. Cool.
So
that adds a dice.
I'm attempting to like seek understanding for her and her needs and what she needs, and obviously we're distracting her from her duties. So as she puts her hand on me to like stop me, I just like very gently put my hand on top of hers and look her in the eye, like I'm here to help you. I'll help in any way I can. And so like she sees that genuineness, unless I get like 2 natural 20s. That's a 2 and a 15.
2 and a 15. What's the added total of your drive and your skill numbers?
Duty 6, understand 7, so 13.
Okay, a 2 is a critical success, so that's 2. So the 2, and it was a 15 for the other one?
Yeah.
Was it? Yeah, so just the 2, but that's 2 successes, which means you guys got 2 drive back.
Nice.
Boop, boop, boop. They recharge so fast. It's incredible. And she does immediately feel and sense the genuineness, and as she meets your eyes, there's almost a break of panic, as this night is not already going the way she wants at all. Something's gone wrong. Something awful has gone wrong that she's just learnt about. There's more panic behind her eyes than just seeing Alice and Zephyr injured from whatever excursion Jiro brought them out on.
So that's what I understand from the situation.
That's what you understand from the situation. She looks back and, I suppose I can leave you to take care of all of them, like you said. I have a lot I still need to handle on my side. There have been a few surprise additions to the guest list.
That is a complication.
And I'm sure whatever complications arise, we will be there to smooth them out.
You better. Time's running short, little brother. Get them cleaned up, please, Nathan.
Absolutely. And if you need further help, I will seek you out after we finish.
Figure something out on your ends. I'll have the guest list sent to your room, Jiro.
Thank you.
And then again, pass by, turn around, look at everyone, do like a hand sign for like let's go, and then
You mean this hand sign?
What is that? What are you doing with your fingers? What does that mean? Okay. There you go. Little taste of give and take. If you're looking for something, always by all means be like, this is the kind of information I'm looking for. But I'll always ask for a little RP to help vocalize how it is you're asking. We can easily say you all find your rooms, get cleaned up. Alice, Zephyr, you get your injuries properly bandaged again. Your wounds are still there, so we do still get to play with those aspects in the future, potentially. But for now, you are in cleaned uniforms. Look pristine. You smell all smell nice again. And I'm going to throw you all in Jiro's little room to have a little discussion. Let's go over our details, because this is something actually we typically would do at the end of the session. However, we didn't do last time, because we're still kind of, introducing each aspect of the system to ourselves, slowly but surely, and going with it. Right. What do you know? What is our goal, and what do you know? This is basically gathering information times. You can even make some rolls, potentially, if you'd like to create some assets for you to go into this conversation. At some point, the guest list will arrive, but first, we'll start off with whatever you're conversing about. Consider the rooms you're in secure. No one can overhear.
So, firstly, of the information that we have, I obviously have tangible evidence, which is life or death. Would I have a place to store that until I can actually physically go through the papers?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So that's stored away because obviously I can't do puzzle solving right now, so that's stored away. But from actual physical notes that I have, but also that Nathan would have written down, new codes for Nagara weapons that have been made very recently have been stockpiled and found within this shop. The paper that we were able to find information has that these were a directive of good faith, family, and with the people of this planet. I'm assuming that's an assumption, but someone, a family, and them making a connection. No name sender versus station here post. So the no names sender has been referred to as highborn, whatever that means. And
Highborn is the recipient, actually. NC was sending the Harkonnen agent NC was sending messages to the noble or the highborn.
the NC was sending it to the noble or the highborn. I thought the NC was the person who is stationed here.
Yeah, I thought VS was the sender.
Yeah.
VS is the sender.
Mm-hmm.
But
VS. Yeah, VS is the person who is here, and then the noble is the person who's trying to and this is based off of my master analysis, things that Nathan has been able to figure out, taking care of two problems, very specifically two problems. And then there was my master analysis that insinuated that it could potentially be Shizu and Jiro's mother being the two problems. But then Jiro volunteered that Nathan and the mother were the two problems, and then Jiro said, or it could be my sister and my mom, and I kind of led me to believe that maybe Jiro did it. But he wouldn't say that.
Intriguing.
Did we ever learn what happened to Jiro's father by chance?
This sounds like a fun time to potentially create an asset. What happened to Jiro's father?
Nathan? Would you know?
he could have died.
That's a
Oh,
great question for my.
Here.
So, in systems like this, when you get into a lore point that was never truly discussed, the GM doesn't make it off the spot. We all discuss it and make it up together. So, we can create what happened to Jiro's father. What happened to him? Was he assassinated by Harkonnens? Was he killed by another family? Did he die in an accident?
Died by poison.
Did he die by poison? Like, what happened to him?
He could simply have died in the Harkonnen Reclamation War.
That would.
That's another option.
That is another option. That would also mean that your mother was not head of the house at the time of the change.
I mean, that would probably make the most sense, given the history.
There might be tension
why she
even
would
then.
be taking the head of the house.
Yeah, and that could then create tension of not only is, her husband died and the house has to deal with its own stresses anyway, but it's like, oh, our head switched. How is that going to affect everything?
Yeah, because that's a drastic change.
And so maybe there are those that see those that are following Jiro see more of his father in him, maybe? That could add to the motivation. They're like,
Or maybe
before he
died, he said something along the lines, of like, he hinted that Jiro was his preferred heir or something.
If Ozai can become Fire Lord instead of Iroh, anything can happen. Birthright be darned.
I would also like to express, as we're all in the room together, that that Nathan is thoroughly perplexed by Shizu's genuine worry for Jiro. Like that seemed very genuine, and that's kind of problematic for the information that we know for genuine worry to be there.
Family is complicated. Can I create an asset of saying that either en route or while getting cleaned up, I communicated in some fashion with my internal spy network of the house and tried to get some, we're going to get a guest list, but anything else that they might know.
Cool. Yeah, absolutely. Cool.
Nice.
Okay, so you're using an asset. Let's make it a communicate roll. Makes sense to me. Where's your...
Okay.
Let me grab you a little card. Let's
It's
see, you
worth
don't
it,
have anything to communicate.
Could I argue that I could help with that? Since Zafir, one of his things is he always is connected to whatever black market or underworld is going on, so he would also have contacts that could help out with that.
But we could also even say that your contacts are in contact with each other, so to speak, if you would like.
Not that
Then
they
we can
always
have that
know
aid.
that they work for the same people.
Exactly. Yeah. So yes, when
I-
he makes this roll, you can do an aid roll, which will be just 1d20. But we'll remember that for after we get through what he's rolling.
Can I argue that this is a discipline? Because
Sure.
I have a focus of espionage, which this would definitely fall under.
Perfect. Discipline. Let's do discipline then. Skill. That's cool.
Okay.
What's your drive?
The drive is power of knowing what is going on. Knowledge is power.
So, one thing that we're going to start focusing a little more on is your statements as well. If your statement does not go with the drive roll and you fail on the roll, you lose the capability to roll with that drive until you have the equivalency of a short rest.
Oh.
I wasn't doing that one last time round because we're still learning mechanics and rolls and such. And when you're first learning a system, it's better to start light and then start going heavier as you get used to the core mechanics. That is something we're going to start getting used to now, though. You got to make sure your statement is driven behind the drive. In this case, I think it is. Your statement being authority attracts those who are corruptible. You're looking into some corruptible aspects of authority.
Okay, and so you said if the statement doesn't match and we fail, then we lose
Yes,
that drive?
you lose that drive for equivalency of a short rest. Makes the focus of the drive all that more important. Right, so with discipline and power, you're at a difficulty rating of 14, and your focus of espionage being behind it, a critical success rate of 7. Critical failure here is only going to be 20. You've got 2 dice, you're using an asset, that adds 1. So you're rolling 3 dice. Zafir, you've got your aid there as well, so go ahead and give it a roll. You're using their DC. Not their crits, though. You only get a crit at 1.
So that is an
your
8.
challenge on this as well, by the way, is going to be a 2. I
Okay.
have to tell you the challenge rating before.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool. I rolled a success of a 10, another success of a 12, and a failure of 18.
Ah, what's Zafir get?
11.
11. That's a success. So 3 successes, which means you overed it by 1. You get that last drive token back. You're back up to 6.
Yay!
They recharge so fast. It's so cool. I like it. And you do get some pertinent information. The guest list has been increased by 3. 3 new additions. Well, 2. Very suddenly, a 3rd one's been added. Harkonnens have been invited to the party. No one fully understands, none of your contacts fully understand why or what their attention's going to be here for, but they do know that the Countess has an announcement.
Who added them to the guest list? Do
The
we know that?
Countess.
Oh, the Countess added them. Okay.
Let me get a name of Jiro's mother for you. Countess Sakura. Sakura Nagara.
And does Nathan know anything about these Harkonnens? By name, I guess. Yeah, does he know anything by name?
Once you get the guest list, which, knock, 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 hey, the guest list is here. There are a lot of random noble names, random nobodies, basically. People who are officials of cities who have been invited, but they've not been invited to the dinner party at the end as well. Just the prior party and for the concessions. That's so good, concessions. But on the list, of course, you've got Major Rosvaris. That's the Countess's bodyguard. He's always there. There is the Bene Gesserit Reverend Mother Kadira Lariel Naralin. Dr. Erica Ganio, she's going to be there. That is the Nagara chief scientist. Two Fremen, Musa and Harun. Musa, what you all know, is a Naib of a Sietch somewhere in the deserts. Here we go.
And Nayub, you said was the other name?
Musa and Harun.
Harun. Thank you.
There are also some Chom auditors coming. Ustad Tarun, or Turin, who is essentially always stationed in Arrakis. He's always here. And Senric. Actually, Senric is a Space Guild envoy. Excuse me. My apologies. The Judge of the Change is also coming, Asham Puro. But for the three names you were probably looking for immediately, Alice, Captain Taris Nikula, which an aspect I'm going to create. Zephyr, during the change, during the little uprising and fight, you fought this man, and you gave him a scar on his head. A nice little clean line. There's also Turo Imshel. You would know them to be a behavioral advisor for the Harkonnens. And Vadim Sariel. You're not sure what his role is. Alice, you're a spy master. Actually, he's a spy master.
Ooh. And what was the name of the captain?
The captain, Captain Taris Nikula. If you guys want some spellings, just make one up, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
Make one up, I guess.
That's a lot of names to spell out, so make one up.
Cool.
Now we'll eventually get to a Roll20 screen that has them all spelled out for you guys.
Are we going to do origin stories on all these people?
Nope.
Don't worry, Nathan will recall these all in great detail.
Yep. There you are. You have those details now.
Okay.
Oh, this is
But
going to
no-
be good.
And you said that Churro Inshell does not have a title?
Who?
The center person between the captain and the spy master.
Behavioral specialist.
Behavioral specialist.
Behavior
Or behavioral advisor.
advisor.
What you would know is they are very capable at reading body language. Hard to keep secrets hidden when in the same room and talking to them.
Yes. So when that information is shared, share that.
Okay.
It will prove quite the worthy adversary for Jiro.
Lord Cousin, has your mother mentioned anything of any announcements to you?
Announcements?
Yeah, apparently her reason for this added invitation to all the other high dignitaries here is that she wishes to announce something of some matter. I am unaware of it.
That I am also unaware of, but it does draw my curiosity. That I don't know it. Usually I am in the know on these types of things. Just to be clear, Jiro doesn't know, right?
Jira has
'Cause,
no idea.
Yeah, so. And he would typically be clued in, right? So that does arouse suspicion.
Typically.
Okay. Could have been, the fact that we were physically not here. But
Well, your
We
sister
only
didn't
left
seem to know
today.
either.
Yes, that did seem quite the surprise.
If
I would
that's
say still keep your guard up.
if
Maybe
that
not towards my
changed,
sister, but
if that changes what distressed her, what about that would cause her to be distressed?
that is an interesting question.
Well, of course, any change in the schedule is always a little jarring to her, but Harkonnens themselves merely, arriving with barely any notice. And, unexpected guests always seem odd, but Harkonnens specifically, it makes great sense for her to be distressed. For any normal reason. I don't know how any of this would pertain, of course, to our recent discoveries.
That is a good question. Does it alleviate or exacerbate
Hmm.
our suspicions?
On learning that those Harkonnens are going to be at the party, with Zephyr being more of the military, is he technically a commander of sorts? He taught the kids, but
Kinda, yeah, more Tudor style.
would he be able to put some more of his guards nearby during the party, on learning that specifically Captain Taurus is going to be there for
Yeah,
extra backup?
that sounds like just creating an asset for use. So during the party, you will know that some of Zephyr's known and trusted guards are going to be watching the party as well. We're going to call that Zephyr has guards watching the party.
Okay.
What I will do for that, though, to determine its effectiveness, is I'm going to have you do a roll. It's going to have to be communicate or discipline. They're the two roles primarily used in espionage and intrigue conflicts.
I'm going to use discipline with focus of command,
Cool.
and they're being able to command the soldiers and the situation. And then the drive through that would be duty, just more pledge to house and pledge to the troops, and making sure that gets done right. I'm going to need to come up with a house hand signal for a different word for that.
Excellent. Okay, so discipline with duty added together, that's 11 for your DC there. Command makes your crits 5 or less. With your focus coming into play as well, you're adding a dice, so 3d20.
All right. Shoot.
No.
2 crit fails. And then whatever not a critical success is.
All right.
Yeah, 9, an 18, and a 20.
Okay.
Dice jail.
I am gonna do a thing here, and I'm gonna take those complications and I'm gonna pocket them as threat points and let you succeed
Alrighty.
with 1 success. Oh, come on now. See? Come here, you silly thing. By all means, continue chatting while I said this.
Yeah, well, he's working on that. Specifically as to this information that Alice has found out, are we sharing or are we pocketing that information?
Oh, I definitely share it.
Okay, cool. So as a advisor to the family, I feel like I'd be equally used by all 3 of the highborns. So I would know of trusted servants that specifically work with Sakura, the mother. And I think it important, if we're saying that there's unknown guests, that somebody be around during conversations with the Harkonnens, as they are unsuspected guests. Maybe I could potentially, not necessarily mastermind a plan, but just kind of, coerce a maybe forced engagement that might involve, us being around when a conversation is to be had. Because it'd be interesting to find out why the Harkonnens are there, or if they talk about anything interesting. So maybe I could convince a servant to notify one of us when they're around.
Okay. Kind of putting the plans of having a heads up of when information that you might want to hear is happening.
Yeah, because obviously
okay.
we're going to be doing other things, but if a servant could whisper in my ear or catch me from across the room so that I could just be around to be assisting, advising, doing my job.
Yeah.
Just when the Harkonnens are around.
Perfect. Okay, asset of servants listening into conversations.
Zafir is gonna basically be on Eero's heels for this night, or for this party, with him being so on edge with the Harkonnens, and even more uncertainty, and just keeping an eye out and protecting him.
Good note. Nathan, let's get a roll, discipline or communicate, for how well your asset is created.
Discipline and communicate?
Discipline or communicate.
Discipline or communicate. I'm gonna say they're the same. Definitely going communicate, because I want to communicate my intentions very clearly. So that's 6.
I do not want to know what dessert is. I need to know when the Harkonnens are.
I specifically want to know. I specifically want to be around for a conversation with the Harkonnens and any of the Nagara family members. So this is definitely going to be a dutiful action. So I'm going to say that's also a 6, which gives me a total of 12.
Nice. It's 2 dice. I don't think you have any assets to help on it, but...
No.
So we'll be rolling just 2d20.
That is a 3 and a 10.
Nice. 2 successes. Okay. So you do successfully set it up. For 2, that is note for me in the future. Excellent. Okay. Any further questions, intrigues, things you'd like to look into, or things you'd like to set up?
I'm wondering if I should set up an asset around the documents. Like, not that documents themselves being the asset, but like knowledge of what we saw compared to the documents themselves. Maybe holding higher intrigue in conversations with the Harkonnens. I don't know if is that a benefit?
So, the information you have is will be considered an asset during your conversations. But if you use it, you'll be using the asset. Like, it'll be used.
The papers themselves?
Not the papers themselves, the knowledge. The knowledge of this can be used as an asset.
But it
during
can
your
be
intrigue
used in
conversations.
a masterful innuendo kind of way, right?
Kind of, yes. Yeah.
Maybe I speak of the knowledge.
You speak of it, but without
the
speaking.
knowledge.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So you've already kind of
So
got that
that's-
as an asset.
That's kind of what I'm trying to use, is not necessarily, here's the papers that show that the Harkonnens are
Harkonnens.
evil. I'm just trying to
Oh, we already know they're evil.
communicate the knowledge
everyone.
around that to those who are in the know.
You will be able to when it comes to the time.
I would also like to pull Jiro aside at some point, just when I notice that he's, walking by himself, or there's a little bit of a distance, and I would like to look him dead in the face and say, I noticed that one of the additive members to the guest list has an interesting initials. Just that. And then I just act like I didn't say anything. Continue walking.
I might see what those initials are. Or scan the guest list for some interesting initials.
The
All right.
additive, specifically the additive ones.
Specifically of the added ones, when you scan the guest list, you've got the captain, whose initials are TN, Turim Shell, whose initials are TI, and Vadim Sariella, whose initials are VS.
Same initials as the sender, the person here, but he's not from here.
No. The initials are a sender from the Harkonnens.
Okay. So it could be him.
Good catch. I didn't. I thought it was a C at the beginning of the name, so I didn't even. Can I instruct that if it's not already been ordered, that there is an extra poison snooper in the kitchen, as dishes are being carried out from the kitchen, and that the waiter or the servants at the head table all have them in addition to the normal,
Head table's going to have a big poison snooper that will snoop all the foods as it's put at the table for the dinner table. So snooping at the dinner table, that's definitely covered. During the party beforehand,
Nice.
that's where your creation of this asset's going to come in handy, because there's going to be a lot of hors d'oeuvres that are coming around. So they will all have snoopers on them at the doors, inside the kitchen. This food's going to be snooped to no end. Let's make a discipline or a communication roll.
Discipline, because of espionage.
Ah,
And then
Is this going to be quiet? Are they going to need to do this hidden? Because it would be espionage if they're doing it hidden.
Yeah, I don't want it to be an extra level of... I don't want it to appear that we're paranoid or on guard. We're being very careful,
Okay.
but the point isn't to, hey, look, Harkonnens, we don't trust you. Let's
You.
sniff the food while you're here.
All
You know,
right.
definitely not doing that.
Good reasoning. Good reasoning. All right, so we're going to add a specific word to this asset then. Quietly. Quietly snooping
Okay.
food in all ports.
Cool.
What's your drive before you roll?
Drive. I'm gonna say power because authority attracts those who are corruptible, and poison is a very important method of the corrupt and powerful.
Yeah, Jiro would have been told about it when they're like 4. What's this, Mommy? Oh, that's nightshade. Very deadly poison.
Not deadly nightshade.
For this, you might be able to use... You would be able to use your Bene Gesserit asset, but you've already used it for an aspect regarding what's about to be happening. So that asset has already been dedicated. Do you have any other assets that you might be able to use?
For this specific role?
Yes.
No.
Then we're rolling with 3 dice because your statement in your drive follows through, right?
It does. Oh, so I somehow missed that. I didn't realize if we use the statement that we roll an extra die. I thought it was just we needed to have it and it's useful.
No,
For
it
more
works.
roleplay
It
stuff.
works as a benefit if you're able to use it. If you're not able to use it and you're rolling that drive, it can potentially be harmful. So,
Excellent.
with these statements as well, if you're creating characters and playing this with characters you've created yourself, you only get a statement when it reaches 6. When that drive
okay.
reaches the number 6, that's when you write in a statement.
If it was a homemade character.
If it was a homemade character, you might be looking at some exceptions on your character sheets. Hi, Zelda!
Zelda. He's laughing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so since this is espionage, it's a critical of 7 or
Yes.
lower. And a
Discipline
total of 14.
14? Oh my goodness.
Oh, much better. Natural 1.
Ooh,
2 successes.
beautiful.
A 6, so another 2 successes.
Even
and a
more
7,
beautiful.
so another 2 successes.
6
Very
successes.
nice.
Yeah,
Oh, I
everything's
didn't.
definitely getting snooped.
I forgot to ask. Is that something that you would? You were supposed to tell me the difficulty? 'Cause
These?
it's a
No.
pre-building thing.
No,
Okay.
no, these are for the level of effectiveness of your assets you're creating. So if it was someone who's trying to roll to subterfuge this asset, they would need to beat that score that's been set to
Okay.
it.
So it's
you
very
just said
hard.
it's very hard to get around the snooping. No one's probably going to get poisoned during this. Probably. Not impossible.
Probably. At least not through food.
At least not through food, yeah. There we go. Okay. Excellent. Assets created. Planning plotted. Or plotting planned. Whatever the wordage might be here. Gonna move us over to a little mappy here. And then I'm gonna move you all to it. Boop. Eventually. Maybe. There we go.
Loading.
This is very nice and intriguing.
Welcome to dinner. Or the party beforehand. This is separated by zones. So we are taking the combat aspect of zones into this. We will be using initiatives. If you stick together, you will act as initiative of one entity, as opposed to multiple entities. If you want this to go all night, separate and split up as much as you can, because then we'll be taking your initiatives, which is an RP conversation, individually. For this, we have to be very direct. When we are taking the initiative and taking the action, what we're wanting to accomplish will state at the beginning. It's going to be the same give and take. So you're going to give me a statement, I'll give you a statement back. Then I'll give you a statement and you give me a statement back. There is also a chance of NPCs sequestering you all and moving boldly, in this case, and actually getting you into an RP conversation or a conflict of their own. You can move boldly, you can also move quietly or subtly. Moving subtly gives you the chance to start a conversation, but also the ability to possibly move through a zone to a different zone that you might want to be in. If you're trying to, avoid a certain conversation or engage in a conversation quicker, you can move subtly to move around the room more quickly. Moving boldly, you move into another zone and you engage someone in that conversation. You force them into a conversation. It also defines how the conversation starts. Subtly, people will have more difficulty observing you and listening into your conversation. Boldly, it's assumed that everyone knows you're talking and what you're talking about. As you enter, you can see what you see. Inside the same zone as you is Shizu talking to a random noble house person.
Everything went robotic for me.
Wah wah. That's problematic.
I can hear you again.
Yay!
I spelled everything wrong.
There's a couple of names I'm like, wait, is that on my list? Looking at the list. I don't see it.
What's the comparison?
A world question.
Yes.
Would Zephyr be in military garb, being military and a bodyguard, or would he actually be dressed formally for the occasion?
Probably formally for the occasion.
Okay.
Actually, that really depends on you. You have both kinds of dress. How would you like to appear, knowing that if you appear wearing armor, that does send a specific message?
Zephyr will appear wearing formal attire, knowing that he does have his bodyguards, or not his bodyguards, his soldiers, keeping an eye on things.
Perfect. Having entered this room as well, I'm going to tell you another aspect of intrigues like this. Room atmosphere. Currently, it is friendly. So everyone's going to be rolling with an extra dice. It can change to hostile. And that's going to be depending on the rolls you make, your successes and your failures, and, very literally, the words you choose. It can also be changed to hostile by NPCs. Keep that in mind as well.
I just say right off the bat that I continue to really like this system.
It's
And
cool.
like the
Yeah.
game and setting is good, but just the way it's set up, it's like, this is cool.
This is fun. This is cool. Right. I'm going to do a thing, though. And I'm going to say, let's absorb this information, take a little bit of an early break, and come back to this. Kind of, give you all a chance to absorb it and give the audience a chance to release their bladders and such for this wonderful conflict scenario. And the potential, if you have any questions during the break, 15 minutes of extra thinking can go far. So let's take those 15 minutes, take a little breaky, stretch ourselves a little bit, get some more coffee. That's what I'm going to do. And we'll be back.
All right.
Hello there. As a guest of the Owlbear Inn, you obviously have taste. Now, as a person of taste, have you ever thought to yourself, I need to watch an artist who also has taste, with a sense of classiness and intelligence, heightened by sitting in a leather armchair before a fireplace with shelves of books behind? Neither have I. Anyways, I happen to have an art channel called Michael How Arts here on Twitch if you want to check it out. There's drawing, chatting, and sometimes gaming. If you enjoy fantastic characters and comics, or just having someone to hang out with while doing art, you should give Michael How Arts a look-see. That's twitch.tv/Michael How Arts. And if you visit, maybe, just maybe, you'll occasionally have that artist sitting in front of a fireplace to give you a +1 to the richness and culture of your Twitch experience. Though I wouldn't count on that. But please, do stop on by. Thanks for your time, and have a wonderful day.
I'm Michael Howe, and I approve this message. Oh, you don't believe me? Well, I did this, and 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 this.
Hello, everybody.
Fine
All
store.
campaign, all I wanted was to pass wisdom saving throws, and I never do.
Even with advantage?
I have advantage. I have plus. All my feats almost have all been going into that direction. No.
Oh, that's awesome.
Consent is always important.
Agreed.
You're next.
Why am
totally
I
not dead.
so bad at this game? Jeez.
Might be genetics.
Attack first. Think never. Hey, folks.
You feel a definite pulse of magical energy as you shake his hand.
You just made a deal with the devil.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Roll a will save.
There's more up there? We have to... I fucking hate this level.
We could have been playing Valheim. Dog, dog, dog! Save me, save me. Where are you? Get in front of me! Get in front of me! Get in front of me!
I'm coming, I was marking the cave.
Dogs! How do I stand up? Ah! Get the dog! Help!
Hello, folks.
There. Apparently I can't remember your name at all.
Who's Ingrid?
You.
You!
Me?
Irving.
Oh!
Yes, because I can't think. Wow. Why am I having such a hard freaking time with names today?
You called me Murphy twice before we
Yeah.
even started.
Shut up, Melvin. I'm working here.
Alrighty, naked.
That's
a good drawing, right?
Damn right, Act, that's
Really
good!
good. Oh my gosh. Love it.
Thank you.
Wow.
With someone.
Wait, you just said they had a book.
That being
Yes.
said, we will.
Yes.
And then
keep
you
up.
emphasize that there is a book.
Wait, way to catch on to that like a minute and a half late. There's books, there's diaries, there's maps.
Wait, there's a book? We have not been consistent with this at all, have we?
No.
I'm not even gonna try and pronounce most of those. Wow.
Yeah, they had a sale on apostrophes that day.
Hello, everybody.
I don't know what's really going on. Hi!
We have you on speakerphone.
I was just gonna say, this is one hell of a collect call, man. I didn't know he knew infallible relay.
Does anyone know what the rates are? I don't have that much gold.
Did you know back in the old days, in the medieval times, they used to put lanterns, hang lanterns out on front of horses to help them navigate during nighttime?
Oh.
It was the first recorded instance of satellite navigation.
I enjoyed the live action The Avatar movie.
Oh, baby Baba Luba. And burble as it came.
No!
Can I get a oh yeah?
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah.
If you're only to be addressed as you as your own person, what do I do if there's like a whole bunch of y'all?
You may use titles as, I would say, the trolls. You may use the consequences if
Okay.
you would like.
So
You
y'all
may-
is off the table.
Y'all is an abomination.
A whole bunch of y'all.
Too late.
That's when you guys look over and see what once was Jitters descend slowly onto the ground, trampling towards you as its head from top to about past the sternum splits like that into a toothy maw that is its whole body. Rawr. Hello and welcome to Hate, Laugh, Love.
Everybody knows if it's green and it's slime,
You went that
it's booger time.
The show where we talk about movies.
He starts hopping on the way, and when you look back, there's Handor and Grace. Grace looking just frowning perpetually, and Handor just smiling ever so gracefully. And Finestorm, you see on their lips, Handor say, "You think they'll make it?" And Grace go, "Not a chance." Sorry, we went a little over. That's okay, though. We're here now. How are you all doing? How's life? How's Chan?
Yay!
What's up?
We're back.
We're back from outer space, and I put us on the wrong screen. We need the map in this phase. Nice. There we go. Okay, intrigue time. The map is set, the stage is here, the party is going, music is playing, people are chatting. The initiative starts with the players. What do you want to do?
I'd like to subtly move into the crowd, making my way past the Countess and the Chome Auditor, but making my way towards Vadim in the top right corner. Subtly the whole way.
Subtly up to the top right corner. Okay, so it sounds like you are taking the initiative yourself, breaking from the group, unless people would like to join. Take that as a no.
Sorry, my thing was muted.
Oh, convenient excuse.
I guess I'll join.
Zafir is following Euro around, so anywhere Euro goes, Zafir is going right now.
Boop, 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 boop. Perfect. All right. So, first thing I'm going to need is Alice to make a subtle move roll. So this is going to be a move check. And you're going to be adding a drive. What is your drive?
Okay. My drive is power. Authority attracts those who are corruptible, and I definitely believe Harkonnens are corruptible. Plus, a fellow spy master, it'll definitely turn into a duel of who of us has the better spy mastery power here.
So, the first one is an overarching statement for a general house. For things like this, I'm going to require it be specific to the person. Your latter point follows through with the drive, but the first bit, having it be corruptible for an entire house, that's vague. There could be a good person inside House Harkonnen. You don't know that, though. Got to have it to be specific.
Okay.
So the last bit,
good question,
fellow
Fiend.
spy
I like
master.
that.
Corruption is turning evil or malleability? That is also a good question.
Either. Okay. So I'm going to have a move roll with that. So that would be 7 plus 5, or 7 plus 6. So 13.
13, you've got 2 base dice. Got any assets? Your statement's going into it, so 3 dice.
That's the only one, although I may, depending on how it rolls, pull on my Prana Bindu conditioning, because I would say to subtly move through here in the way I want is using control of my body. And so whenever I attempt a move or discipline test, which relies on my control of my body, I may reroll a single d20. So we'll see.
Okay. Roll them d20s. 3 of them.
Oh, yeah, I'm definitely gonna re-roll that one.
The other's not good, but that was much worse. Okay, cool. 2, 10,
10,
and 15.
2, 10, and 15. That's 2 successes, right?
Yes, because I believe I only get a critical on a 1, because I didn't use a... I'm not using Swift.
Yes, so 2 successes. Excellent. Well, in your moving, Shizu is going to try to intercept Jiro. Her challenge on this is going to be 2. If she doesn't succeed on it, you're all going to slip by without her being able to. But if she does, she's going to intercept Jiro, and Alice, you will not notice.
And this isn't like a...
You're in the front. You're leading.
This isn't like a hostile interception. This is just she's trying to catch him to speak with him.
You would need to use an action to read the body language for that, and it is currently the NPC's action now. Well, not really. It's kind of halfway. Kind of halfway. More one of those prepared things of she's been waiting for you. Boop-a-doop. Haha. Excellent. Great. Hey Nathan, were you joining them?
My question was going to be based on which one of the members of the house looks like they would be most in need of assistance. Because my duty is to the house at large.
The house at large. Okay.
So I would be looking to Shizu or Sakura to see if the Countess herself was in need of service.
Let's then, for that, initial read on it is, well, actually, I'm going to make it vague on you.
That's fine.
Yes, they could probably all use your service. Shizu is obviously waiting for Jiro and wanting to catch him before he engaged too much inside this party. And Sakura is looking a little tired of talking to this Chome auditor. She could use rescue from a conversation.
Rescue from a conversation. So yeah, then I would move in tandem with the group, and then kind of try to intercede to do a switching of partners with Shizu to assist Shizu in getting to Jiro, but then intercede in be like, oh, I would like to talk to you, random person who seems super interesting and probably fun to talk to.
Okay, perfect. So you're operating in this case as an asset to Shizu for her role in trying to intercept and speak to Jiro. So she's going to get an extra dice on that one. Oh, wait, no. I need to roll the extra dice. She rolled a 17 and a 19, which are both failures. And she rolls a 6. That's a success.
That is very relatable for girls at parties. That one guy will never leave him alone.
Yeah. And the 6 is, it's only one success. So even with you shifting and helping her, Nathan, they are still going to make it past, as she did not beat their move. So moving 1 and then 2 will put you here. I am, however, going to do another thing and spend 2 threat points to move the Reverend Mother next to you.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
It doesn't have to be uh-oh. It just definitely makes this all a little more complex.
Much more complex, yes. Okay. Tokens have been moved. That is the first round. I used 2 threat points. The interception is going to take their action, but it was done during a time while you were still trying to move away from the thing because of intent. Already put in place intent of what she was trying to do. She failed. You succeeded. You moved subtly, though, so you've not engaged anyone in a conversation yet. It is back to the player's initiative. We are separated into 2 separate parties.
And so that's 2 separate initiatives, is that correct?
No. Yes. It is going to be 2 separate initiatives, which means now I get 2 NPCs' turns.
Zephyr's not doing any action on this. You guys just might notice he keeps glancing across the room to Captain Taras. He's in the lower right corner. GM mentioned that in the past, Zephyr scarred his face pretty cleanly. And so there's definitely no friendliness there.
I'm also gonna, for this time, make you kind of a distracted asset, as he is also glancing back towards you. And when you first walked into the room, he gave you a bright smile and continued on with his storytelling of a conversation to the people in front of him.
Zephyr doesn't have anything to say at that other than he's feeling unnerved even more.
Right.
The red flags are going up.
There's 1 red flag, 2 red flags, 3, 4. It is player's initiative. Who's taking it? Alice, the Reverend Mother, is clearly intent on speaking with you. You can continue on your actions and try to move on, but this is all up to you. You lot.
My action was the interception, correct?
No, that was your movement. So during that last round, the way that played off is you kind of made yourself an asset to another person's role.
Okay.
So that
Right,
was
okay.
considered during the action of the NPCs. Coming back around, this is a new refreshed round. So during this player initiative, you can take the initiative as you are separated from the others and act before
Okay.
they do.
So the person that we're currently me and
Shizu.
And thank you. Shizu are currently engaged with doesn't have a name. So my I'm gonna play this super straightforward. It says if I do not know it, it is irrelevant. So this person is irrelevant to me.
That is amazing.
And so like I glance at him as I would furniture in a room as I'm just like looking around.
That's
And then I
jealous
look
of
at Shizu and I say, it's such an important event such as this. I think that it is most pertinent that you attend specific guests. My apologies. But I'm noticing that Kadira is over there approaching your brother.
She looks at the person who is talking, glances over. No, she doesn't want to talk to my brother. She wants to talk to Alice. Do you think I should help?
I find it most intriguing that your nervousness seems to have quelled in recent moments. Has something changed? I felt it most important that you deal with VIPs.
She
like kind of suggesting heavily, like leave quickly, go talk to the important people, stop wasting your time.
Okay, give me. Right. I need her sheet now. She is going to use discipline and. Oh wait, no. Actually, for this, I'm just going to set a challenge rating. How about that? You just roll. It's going to be a challenge of just. Let's make it 2. Fairly simple and easy.
Okay. Cool. So this is going to be the truth. I'm stating the truth, and I am trying to communicate diplomacy, giving me communicate 6, truth 8, so that is 14.
Excellent.
12 and a 13.
That's 2 successes.
Right under.
Right. Right under.
Oh, actually, am I correct? We should roll 3 because of the friendly room.
Yes, actually, you are correct. Good reminding.
call.
Roll another.
Okay.
Although this guy might not be friendly anymore after this.
Oh dear.
Uh-oh, that may not have been a good reminder.
What do we get?
That's a natural 20.
Way to go, Alice.
Okay. Okay, right. So I found the page I was looking for during the time as well. Thankfully, you are speaking to an allied creature who, because of that, it makes the difficulty down by 2. So your difficulty you're looking for was 0. You succeeded, but your critical 20 does add a complication that I get to play with. Yeah, and I'm going to. Shizu begins to open her mouth for a moment, but this nameless NPC looks at you and, excuse me, are you calling me a worthless person? I'll have you know I control 80% of the spice manufacturing here. Most of these devices are made by my factories. Are you saying that I am not important enough for the House of Nagara? Shizu is going to quietly take her exit. And start moving back. However, you are engaged, definitely, in a bold movement or so, bold conversation with this person. People can hear that they are upset. And for you, it is now a hostile room while you are engaged in this conversation. That's your complication.
That's totally fine with me.
And does hostile mean we get more difficult, or it's just not a positive anymore?
More difficult. It means it's lowered by 1. Neutral is nothing.
Okay, cool.
So this zone, this quadrant where Nathan is, hostile. Very bad. For the NPC's turn, Kadira is going to move boldly, look at Zephyr and Jiro, and say in a very commanding voice, "Leave us!" The two of you are going to roll defensively for this. She is using the voice. So you're going to be rolling defensively using discipline.
Now, does she... So, a question, because I know we have the 2 initiatives. That transfers to any NPCs that you want to have?
Yeah, it does.
Oh, okay, so not just in that quadrant. Okay, cool.
But keeping in mind, if the NPCs acted in that round, they cannot act again until the round is refreshed. This is a fresh, being the top of a fresh round. Nathan wins, NPC's turn. I get to act with an NPC. Goes back to the players. Then it goes back to the NPCs. And then the round will refresh again.
Cool.
Do we still get a third D20 for this defense, or does that count as not friendly anymore?
That is not friendly anymore. That is going to count as neutral. So there's going to be no bad stuff to it. So you're going to be rolling discipline. What is your drive behind this, Sophia?
So Zephyr is actually going to be driving with justice, because he is still striving to defend. Actually, no, wait, because she's using the voice against both Euro and me, right?
Euro and you, yes.
Oh, so that's different then. It'll be, here you go, duty again, and just duty to the house and being at Euro's side.
Excellent.
We see what Euro rolls first to then see how Zephyr would, if Euro leaves, he doesn't need to even defend. He's like, okay, cool.
That's a fair point. Yeah, Euro, why don't we go then, or Jiro? Let's go with your roll then first. Discipline. What's your drive?
Is it Euro or Jiro? Because
Jiro. I think
feel
it's
like
Jiro.
I'm being, what is that? That Mandela effect?
Mandela effect, yeah.
Berenstein. But it's kind of funny because I seem to always have characters that is like, is it Gartus?
Or is it Jartis? That one is very obvious.
Is it
Gartus?
Euro,
Is it GIF or
Jiro?
GIF?
Well, then you got apps like Jira, which is Jira, so it's really close.
Mhm. What was that you were asking? I'm sorry.
Your defense roll here. It's going to be discipline. What's your drive? The voice is being
If you
used
choose
on you.
to.
If you choose to.
Honestly, I was kind of just erring on the side of listening to the voice.
Listening to it, that would then be
Yeah.
0 for the challenge rating on their side. Which should just be an automatic success for them. For Jiro, if that's the case, Zephyr, Jiro is going to be turning around and leaving the conversation.
Zephyr's going to follow Jiro.
Nice.
Okay. The two of you end up in this quadrant.
Whee!
This person also unwittingly moves away.
So, is
The
there,
stream's not seeing it.
in these game mechanics, is there a distance for trying to overhear conversations? No, never mind. That's not realistic in a party, in a big room.
So in certain rooms, there are actually architectural designs you can do to be able to hear a conversation on the other side of a room, even though it's massive.
Mm-hmm.
Most of these rooms are probably designed that way, to have little nooks to where you can hear the conversations happening in everywhere, because espionage and intrigue, very common in this world setting. A lot of these rooms, it's reasonable to say that you would know the little notches and knocks where you can listen in and hear what everyone's saying inside all the rooms. It would also then be reasonable to say, I'm hearing double of myself.
Yeah, I was hearing you twice too.
That is quite reasonable to say.
Yeah, it's also reasonable to say that if that's the case, the Harkonnens know of them too. Because they occupy this place for decades beforehand.
So, since Zephyr has been here for 8 months, is what we decided, and being one of the commanders of the guard, he would know that. Or he would know at least some of the main, easier places. Does he notice if the Harkonnens are standing in any of the places he knows about to listen in?
That is an excellent use of a turn, it sounds like.
Okay. Jiro just did a turn though, so I'd have to wait.
Jiro
right?
just did a turn. That is a very good question. Hold on to it. Actually, hang on. There is a mechanic for this. Would you like to spend a momentum? You can spend a momentum to ask a question.
Sure. I'll spend a momentum to ask that one.
When did Jiro use a turn?
No, Jiro didn't use a turn. That was just the NPC's turn. It's still technically the NPC's turn. That is a fair point, Michael. We'll get around to that mechanic in a moment here. But using a momentum, you're down to 5 momentums then. The answer to that question is yes. Turo, Imshel, is standing in it.
And where in the room is he listening to? Or not, is that a second question?
That's a second question, and that would be more of a skill roll kind of question. I wouldn't take a momentum to answer that one. Like, you would be able to spend a momentum, but then I would give it right back to you and say, I can't answer that for a momentum. That would be a skill roll to read the body language as to try to figure out where they're listening. Because in that spot, they can hear every conversation in this room.
Oh, okay, so it's not that from one spot you can hear directly across from you and only there. It's you can, depending on where your body's.
You can hear every conversation in the room. There's a little secret spots like that, and they have taken it. That one for this room. They're standing in it. However, for the turn that it still is, which is the NPCs, the conversation has been initiated. I didn't even have to roll for it. Yay. And Kadira is looking at you. You are engaged, Alice. And she says, Sister, we need to have a conversation. And that'll be their turn. Goes back round to the players. You've been forcefully separated into another group, which means we do have another initiative turn in this round created. 2 groups. Initiatives on your side. Who wants it?
I'll take it. Unless you guys have a pressing need.
No, too late. You spoke. It's yours.
Oh, okay. All right. I will very respectfully, give a little curtsy, and say, Reverend Mother, of course. I presume you mean immediately?
She just raises an eyebrow at that.
Yes, of course. Lead the way, or we can have it here.
She will take the 2 of you back here shooing these 2 nobodies. Very unimportant people.
Are we sure they don't run large portions of our industry?
Oh, absolutely positive. They're going to go down
Is
here.
there-
To the VUP section.
Is there a significance to the colored outline of some of the tokens that we should be aware of?
Nope. Nope. I just chose a color and went with it.
Okay.
Except for all yours. Yours are all white because that just was easier. But this guy, good old Senric here, he ended up with white because that was the color in the line of order.
Well, I was looking at Vadim and Musa and Haran. They have very distinct colors.
Oh, I'll tell you them later.
Okay.
I'll tell you the reason behind that
Vadim,
later.
bad guy. Everyone else, we're not sure. Vadim, we know. Okay, so yeah, I don't know how this will work. For my turn, I'm willing to go along with her and have a conversation.
So, you can do certain other bits. So you've taken the initiative to get a roll of some kind from here. You're not really engaging in conversation, doing that back and forth that you would typically, per se, expect. But going along with it, you can definitely try to do some reading into their body language to better discern, like create an asset for figuring out, predicting where this is going to go, or learning what she might like. Is this a serious kind of conversation, or what kind of conversation this is going to be before going into it? You can create this emotional asset, like an emotional barrier to, if you need to pull from it, you can use that asset once to, I predicted this is where this is going to go, and this is what my response is.
Okay.
You can do things like that. Think creatively.
Yes.
Everything's three-dimensional.
Yes. Since the Reverend Mother does not like to be interfered with, can I say that my very quick acquiescence, even though I could have theoretically resisted, will put her in a better and, as much as the Reverend Mother ever gets, open mood. You know, I'm not someone who's fighting her, but I'm like, obviously I'm someone she can work with today.
Okay. That'll move her from a neutral to a friendly.
Excellent.
So you'll have a +1 dice to your rolls.
Cool.
That's the mood set for that scene then. Very good. That is what you've used your action on doing.
Nice job.
For the NPCs, Captain Taurus is going to attempt to move boldly to Zephyr. Now, Zephyr, depending on your intents, he is turning around, walking over, and saying very loudly, Zephyr Callus. It's been a while since we've seen each other, hasn't it? Would you like to accept this conversation, or are you going to try to fight against it? As in, are you going to try to scuttle away and avoid it?
No, he'll accept it. He'll respond with Captain Nakula. Your looks definitely haven't improved.
You did try, though, didn't you? Best effort. Never.
I'm sorry. Had a bit of fiasco. Can you repeat what he said, please?
I can't remember entirely accurately, but
You did try.
You did try your best.
Go on thinking that. What can I do for you?
Gotta roll for his boldness. Oh, natural one.
Can I roll for italics?
That sadly took me a moment. Very good. Excellently done.
Love me a dad joke.
Me a dad joke, it's great. Well, I just wanted to trade cups as opposed to steal. Care for a drink? For this, you're gonna roll a defense. As he's trying to carry you away with his boldness. He did roll a critical 1, so that's 2 successes on his side. So your difficulty for avoiding being guided away by this man is going to be a difficulty of 2. But he is unfriendly, so 3. Now it's communicate or discipline for your defense. Those are the 2 skills to choose from. You're muted. We've lost your voice. Your mic's decided to go bye-bye. I don't know if he can hear us either. Oh no. Yeah. Hey everyone, Cape Woman, stay firm while we're doing these audio checks.
1, 2, give it a sec. There we go.
Hey, welcome back.
I assume that the battle skill only applies to physical battle, not...
Yeah, that's physical battle
verbal.
only. Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. Let's see. He's going to use the discipline skill to try to combat this with just his history of handling situations like these. This isn't the first time he's come across an enemy in a public situation where he's had to keep things under control while keeping an eye out for the royals. I don't think the command focus would fit underneath that, so I don't think that would affect anything. And then his drive it's still just going to be duty, dedication to the family, and doing his best.
Excellent. So 5 plus 6, 11's the target number.
Okay, and this is still only 2d20s, right?
Yes, this is 2d20s. He's not hostile. It's not. He's neutral right now for his demeanor. You're not losing any dice or gaining any dice. But he is unfriendly for the negotiations, which makes the difficulties harder.
So am I doomed to fail since he has 3 and I only have 2?
Critical successes count as 2.
Gotcha.
So if you get 1 natural 20 or 1 natural 1, because that's a critical in this, you will have 2 successes in that, and then if you succeed on the other one, that's 3 successes, which is enough.
Okay.
Essentially, you got a crit.
Okay, I didn't crit.
Okay. Then he has your full attention. You are locked essentially in a duel with him.
Verbal, not a physical one,
Verbal,
unfortunately.
not a physical. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, technically, focus is just says dueling. It doesn't specify.
Can I offer him any assistance in this?
Well, so that is the NPC's turn. It does run back around to the last PC turn, which is the two of you. It's your turn.
I mean, there's nothing really else that Zephyr is going to do because he's engaged in the conversation at this point, so he's just waiting to respond to whatever the captain says next.
What happens next? Okay. Then, Jiro, the action falls to you. Would you like to take an action? Or what would you like to do with the action you have?
I think I would use... Can I use Masterful Innuendo again? Or is that like once per day kind of thing?
Nothing quite like that. You can keep using it.
Okay.
It's not limiting.
So I'll use my Masterful Innuendo to kind of have that, you know, I'm saying more than what I'm saying. And I will say to Zephyr, it is important to draw wisdom from many places. Understanding others will help us. And while it might seem like, I mean, benevolent understanding, I mean like a know thine enemy kind of understanding. So maybe like a let's keep it civil so that way maybe he will tell us more than what he would have before. Maybe even be friendly.
Okay. I'm going to consider that. I think that could be easiest considered as creating an asset, helping with an inspirational moment for Zephyr. So Zephyr, in the future doing one of your roles, kind of like a bardic inspiration, you can use that asset to add a dice.
And we have 4 momentum remaining currently, correct?
5 momentum, actually.
5? Okay.
Everything was maxed up to 6 again, and only one's been used.
All right.
Nice. It's a lot of peanuts.
That's a lot of nuts.
You call this pie? It's chicken feed.
It's chicken feed. All right. Having created an asset for that, I just realized I can actually switch over to the other screen without all of you seeing, so I can actually adjust those tokens. Why didn't I think about that before? There we go. Very good. That means we're rolling back around to a new round. Everyone's actions are refreshed. We have split into 3 different groups. I get 3 NPC actions, and there are 3 PC actions. Rolls back around to the PCs. Who wants to take it?
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah?
Just a random number. What would this spice income be? Like yearly, monthly?
Yearly, monthly? Ooh. If we're going...
Like, it doesn't have to be just one or the other.
Hang on, I'm doing some math in my head quickly. Somewhere around... The Harkonnens, when they're in here, yearly, we're taking over 10 billion Solaris.
Okay.
The Hand of the Change, or however, has seen a lot of equipment get removed, sabotages happen, things have to get replaced. A lot of that's going on. You're back up to maybe 60% capacity at this point of producing what was produced. Part of the reason why Tro monitors are here and Spicing Guild people are represented currently is everything's not back up to par. You're not making
60% of 10 billion.
Yeah, 60% of 10 billion. That's a
okay.
600 million.
6 billion.
Yeah, that's 6 billion. You're right. I'm going too far. I took 6%.
Yeah, we'd be doing really bad.
Yeah.
If we were only
yeah.
making 6%.
It's probably what it started at. 60% is going to be a pretty good number to be at this point.
Yeah, I was thinking
Only
that.
8 months in. It's pretty good. It should, in fact, actually, that might raise a few red flags for how well House Nagara is doing.
Okay. I'm assuming I didn't get a name of the owner. I would like to say to the man that I'm running interference with, I would like to say, you're a man of numbers, and I am a man of logic. I think that you would appreciate this. Although we, speaking for the family, genuinely appreciate the 480 million that you provide to us. But given consideration that you are specifically bringing that in yearly, 100 appreciate that. There's 27 people in this room. There's 120 minutes in this event. That leaves 3 minutes and 24 seconds per person that Our Lady gets to interact with every person in this room. She has exceeded her minutes with you, and that means that she has to take away time from someone who might have traveled interplanetary, and I would like to bring those numbers to you, that traveling interplanetary costs a lot of spice. And we want to invest that time, not in the stable people of our community who we can talk to on a regular basis, but instead on people who've invested specifically to be here for this one-time event. I apologize if that came off ingenuine or uncomfortable, but it is a truth that I have to bring up to her specifically. I apologize.
Oh, wow. Okay. This is going to be... it would be a difficulty of 3. He's very unfriendly right now, very hostile. I'm going to say because of just how cool that was, I'm going to lower it down to 2. Yeah, 2. 2 difficulty, communicate or discipline for your skill roll, and tell us what your drive is. If you succeed on this, he's out. This NPC will not be a problem for the rest of this encounter.
This is my strategy versus my luck, which is not great. I'm obviously using my ability for data analysis, which is
Absolutely.
a statement, which I believe gives me another die.
It does, yeah.
Then that's a data analysis for me to understand and be able to convey something that I would be able to understand as a robot. But then it's purely off of truth, off of seeking a level of understanding in which I can convey to him. So that it.
Your focus, the data analysis, I thought that was a talent. That actually makes your crit range 1 to 7. It doesn't give you an extra dice. It just increases your crit range.
Cool. That's fine. I thought we said that statement gave us extra dice. Okay, cool. So yeah,
data analysis is in focus.
Oh,
so
okay.
your skills have focus, drive has statement.
There you go. Okay, cool. Understand 7, truth 8, giving me a 15.
Nice.
Why you gotta do me like this, dice? Okay, it is an 8 and a 17.
An 8 and a 17. Okay. Ooh. I can't change anything in the after. You know what? You want to give me a threat point to make that a success?
He has a lot of those.
Yeah, I feel like in this specific, this is completely in servitude to the family, so he's willing to take on threat himself for to help get rid of this guy and bring an asset to the family. So obviously he's willing to take any threats himself.
Excellent.
And we can't do momentum after a roll, right? We have to
No, it has to be
choose
before.
Okay.
Unless you're using the one that is. Hang on.
Yeah, create a trait.
There's a create a trait, but you can essentially, if you use create a trait, you can also create a trait to be able to re-roll your dice. But
What
it
does
costs
create
2
a trait
momentum. This is related to the action characters just attempted, and it must be something that could reasonably result from the action. So you can create a trait to roll your dice. It does cost 2 momentum.
I feel like we've been pretty solid on momentum recently. Okay, so
Very
I
true.
will re-roll. I re-roll 1 dice.
Yes, you could choose to re-roll both, or you can choose to re-roll just 1, or however many you
Okay.
like. You're down to 3 momentum currently.
Do we have to narrate what that trait is that gives us this?
No, yes, typically, yeah. Like this trait. Well, in this case, you're a mentat. I mean, we could just. You're a mentat. Your numbers are precise. They're accurate. What?
Yeah. Okay. Cool. That's a 12. So that's a
12?
success.
Hey!
Yeah.
Success, that means 2. Alright, so I don't get a threat point and you succeed. This guy is... Just by looking at him, you can tell he is his eyes are wide, he's awestruck, they're kind of dilating a little bit. It looks like he's overthinking. His mouth is moving every now and then, but he's not forming any words. He's probably going to be standing there for the rest of the party, just thinking. He's out. He's done. You've taken care of him. Coup de grace. KO.
Mind blown.
Nathan gives him like the most forced smile of like staring directly into his soul and just being like, and then moves away.
Excellent. Okay. She's just standing off to the side, chuckling a little bit to herself, having witnessed what just happened. I am going to... After your initiative on that, I'm going to take the initiative with... Well, you're engaged in a nice, lovely conversation now. What better timing? I'm going to take Vadim Sorella and move boldly to Jiro. Vadim, standing at one of the tables, is going to move down over to Jiro and announce himself. Now, keeping in mind, Zephyr, you are engaged right now in a dueling conversation with Taurus, so you will not be able to partake in anything that's happening in this.
Do I get an opportunity? Sorry. Question. Do I get an opportunity to get out of the conversation with each turn? Like
you would need to use your you would be using your action, and you'd be basically trying to RP your way out of the engagement to get engaged in another conversation, or be able to move to a different zone. But it would essentially be trying to get out and depart from it. It's like retreating from a combat. But Vadim's going to try to move boldly to engage Jiro in their own verbal duel of some sort. Lord, I see you all looking Well, compared to your visit over in Gadius Prime.
Ah, yes. Why would I not be well?
Oh, you looked so skinny and scrawny when you were over there. I thought you would shrivel up into a sheet of paper.
Well, the sands of Arrakis fill one up in ways that couldn't possibly imagine.
Oh, in what ways are you being filled?
Mentally, philosophically, culinarily. There are quite a menagerie of delicacies that I am fortunate to partake in.
I am a mature adult. Alright, I need you to roll defensively on communicate or discipline, as he is reading into what you've said to try to discern if you know anything.
Yay.
He's trying to read
All right,
you.
We're going to use communicate with our focus of deceit.
Nice. Perfect. Excellent. What's your drive?
My drive is... Man, do I always have to go by that statement?
If there's a statement in there, you gotta make sure it's aligning with your statement. If it's not, there's risk.
Who is this Vadim character again?
The Harkonnen Spy Master.
Harkonnen Spy Master. Okay. I will use my sense of duty. I feel like they are betraying the natural order and they must repay what they owe to that order, to the Emperor.
Okay, so more a duty to the Emperor as opposed to a duty to the House. Still works.
Okay.
Yeah, and it definitely follows your statement, so you're going to be adding a dice. So base of 3 dice here. Hmm.
It's not horrible. I got a 1, a 10, and a 16. My duty of 8.
Duty of 8, but also with your discipline? Oh, you communicate, which is 15.
Yeah,
So, that's the 1 is a critical success, making 2. The 8 is just a success, making 3. And the 16 is a fail, just a natural fail. So you got 3 successes. So he's looking at 3. However, I would say probably his speech probably made it fairly unfriendly, which would increase the difficulty to 4 for him to go by. He kind of did insult you a little bit.
Yeah.
Makes a little sense.
Scrawny boy.
Scrawny boy. Let me grab his sheet now. Too many sheets for me to keep an eye out on. He is going to be using his communicate. And he is coming in, obviously, with a very direct sense. He's getting at something immediately, you can tell. I don't think I'm going to use his focus just yet, but I'm using his talent of directness. And this... What drive should I attach to this?
Evil.
Evil. Truth.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the trait of evil on my sheet. Is that
Skill of communicate is 7 and truth of 5. He's looking for a 12. That I can math. Oh, extra dice in there. Whoop. Run away, why don't you? Alright, that is a natural 1, so critical success. An 8, that's a success, that's 3. And an 18. Oh boy. And you got 3. Oh, you got 3, yes.
Mhm.
But the hostility increased it to 4, so he did not succeed in his roll. The words he used mattered. He was quite insulting, so he did not succeed at reading. You were quite good in your communication. He doesn't get anything, essentially. So he did not manage to create an asset. That's the NPC's turn.
Okay.
Burr, 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 burr. You are also, because he did not focus down the boldness of the movement, not technically engaged, you can still separate yourself from this conversation. Wouldn't say it would be super duper easy, but it's possible. I don't need to go down there. It's the PC's turn.
And Nathan is the only one of us that's already gone this round?
Yeah.
Correct?
That is correct. I'm going to start giving myself threat points if people don't take the initiatives quickly.
Alice is going to, out of the corner of her eye, she'll notice Vadim walking over there. So she's going to ask Reverend Mother, and what did you need to discuss today?
What is the most important thing on Arrakis?
The spice, of course.
The spice? Why do you think it is the spice that is the most important thing on Arrakis right now?
Right now? My answer was dictated because spice is what allows for interplanetary travel and therefore influences the entire empire. Or are you referring to something else? Your words right now make me wonder, is it the Bene Gesserit yourself?
Oh, girl, you prove to be naive in more ways than we thought. Spice is important, yes. But the person who holds the power of the spice ultimately controls it. A resource is useless if you do not control it.
So, House Nagara then? Or the Countess, specifically?
I think, instead of asking that question, you could probably read the answer of that. Read the innuendos of her words, and be able to read into it. So this being your turn and your action, at that point, I would say give me a communicate or a discipline roll to be able to fully read, because she is obviously not answering very directly.
This is not a good roll. What?
You're going to be looking at a difficulty of 3. However, this is an ally for yourself, so it's going to go down to 1 for you.
Okay. This will be okay. So communicate 4, faith of 8. I trust my leaders to know what is best, and she is definitely my leader.
Good all 3 dice.
Uh, 4 dice because she's friendly.
Yes. You'd be correct. 4 dice.
Actually, so I'm gonna intentionally make it a little harder on myself. I'll still have the same number of dice, but it won't be as good. This is gonna be a duty, actually. Duty can be owed to many places, and I'm now very torn. I just saw one of the house enemies walk over toward my cousin, who I try to serve,
Okay.
and I'm talking to the Reverend Mother of my order. So it's both.
It's both. It falls. Yep.
Yep. So I need to get a less than a. Let's see. That's a 4 and 4, 8.
8. Less than 4 and 4. Yeah. Okay. Go for it.
Ooh. Okay. Nice. 3, 2, 5, 11.
Wow. Well, you only needed 1, so you got 2 over. So your momentums are refreshed back up to 5. And you can definitely read that she is meaning the power and the control of the spice is unstable currently. And that the focus should be on stabilizing that power in the best possible means. She's questing into how you are doing that. She wants to know.
Do I get to answer, or is that my turn?
You get to answer. You've read it. You know it. I'll give you a chance to answer.
Okay. As far as that is concerned, currently there is a power struggle over the spice, as I'm sure you know, between the Cold War of the Harkonnens and the House Nagara. However, there's concerns that House Nagara itself is split with odd alliances. I am therefore aiding my cousin, the Lord Jiro, to better understand and condense the control in the proper into a singular, focused manner.
Well, I'm going to take the NPC initiative as Kadira as well. She has not acted yet, and can. I'm curious how you think intellect could be useful towards what we are looking for. Focusing requires neglect of other assets. Should the other assets be forgotten? How are you handling this? Don't give me vague answers, sister.
Could you repeat or clarify the statement?
With your success, I'll clarify a little bit. You're focusing on just Jiro. There are aspects of Shizu which is also very attractive for the Bene Gesserit's gene plans and what they would want. They want to know, why is Jiro more important than Shizu? What makes his qualities better to save and better to continue than Shizu's?
I'm going to spend a momentum to obtain some information. Since we are not in the world where Atreides and Paul exist.
Oh, no, they
I
still
would
exist. It was just Nagara got the house.
Oh, okay. Still, that's
Aside, yeah,
currently as
like-
far as I. Yeah. What? So they're obviously going for the Kwisatz Haderach ultimately. What, if any, genetic plans does the Order have for House Nagara?
There are two ways they could use House Nagara. The first one is through Shizu, who has a very strong sense of physical capabilities and physical attributes that can be added, possibly to the Atreides line, to better benefit that family line and increase its qualities. Alternatively, it has also been discussed, Jiro could be a good fit to help try to balance out the power greed in the Harkonnen line by adding their intelligence and their capabilities that they have. Maneuvering for both of them to be a thing would be nice. Reality of it is, though, probably won't happen. They'll probably get one or the other.
All right. So, while of course ultimately I would prefer that both of my cousins are eligible contributors to the lines, I have concerns that they may, depending on how the suspicions of Jiro play out, come to blows, in which case only one would be able to survive and contribute. Based on that, I felt it is my duty to have to pick one. And currently, I believe that Jiro is...
Stop dancing around the answer and answer it directly, sister. Why?
Jiro is a better person and therefore would be of benefit, and he and his line would be of greater moral benefit to the genetics of humanity.
Still a vague answer. Personal belief is not what I'm looking for. We're going to end the NPC's turn there and let you ponder. You gave a very, again, vague answer of because they're better than the other, without any actual factual facts on it.
Okay.
Let's probably still do a roll for them though, shouldn't we? Yeah, we should.
She's a tough nut to crack.
She's Reverend,
And this is her in her nice mode.
This is her in her nice mode, yes.
Her being nice.
She's only used the voice once in this conversation.
Mm-hmm. And this is a friendly conversation.
Yeah, right.
Is
All right.
is it very, sorry, a world question. Is it very common for the Bene Gesserit to try to use the voice on each other?
I would say incredibly frowned upon and would be bad. It would be a bad idea. Sisters don't they typically, I don't think they would use the voice on each other. Unless really, really requires it to happen. The thing is, the Bene Gesserit devotion and sense of duty to each other is higher than their duty to the house that they are devoted to.
Mm-hmm. Plus, even if they try, it's like, it would be a bad idea to try. And then even if they did, we're also trained in how to use it. So it would be very hard to actually have it take hold.
Mm-hmm. And this is a Reverend Mother who is a sizable step higher than Alice in stature and power.
Soothsayer to the Emperor.
Not quite that high of a step, but...
Oh, is she not?
Oh, she ain't.
Okay.
No, she's not. She's just a reverend mother.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but Nagara's not that important yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you say we were gonna do some sort of roll on this?
It would. Okay, so I'm gonna have you do a communicate or a discipline roll. As she's gonna try to read why you are keeping the truth from her.
Okay. I will be doing discipline and trying to maintain my composure in front of her very intense, forceful personality, and my. Drive will still be duty.
Duty.
Duty can be owed to many places. So that's an extra die. Is she still friendly, technically?
She is, yeah.
Okay, so this is 11 or under. Criticals will be 7 or under.
Okay.
Ooh, that one.
Haha.
That's 2. 6, so 4. 13.
And a nat 20.
Ooh, that's tasty. That gives me a complication to play with. Okay.
I love how you saved that for the end, though. Like,
I go for the good and then the bad.
The bad.
Plus, it's fun.
Okay. She is going to be rolling her discipline with the focus of observe, as she has the drive of truth. The truth is found in the small things. She is observing everything, even the dilation of your eyes. So she's got a 7 plus 8.
Oh! Before.
Yeah.
That was a discipline test. It relies on control of my body, so I can re-roll a single d20.
All right. Roll. You could. Yeah. You had a failed dice. Reroll and see if it turns into a success.
And we got plenty of momentum too.
We do.
You do. Oh, you got 4.
Oh, okay. So that's a 15, so it's not a crit fail anymore. So 4 successes.
Right. So you reroll the crit. Nice. Okay. So, nothing for me to play with. That's okay. That is quite all right. We're going to be using her talent of the hyper awareness. Gives me an extra dice there. Would you say you're friendly?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah? Great. Excellent. See, is there anything? Oh, yeah, she's got her statement in on there. So I'm rolling 5 dice. 15 with a focus in of 7 or lower being crits.
Nice.
Reverend Mothers be strong. There's a 15. That's a success. Because it's 15 or lower here. That's...
Holy cow. I think that's the best I've heard or I remember hearing in this game of like how high the...
Yeah, it can be pretty good. That's a 10, so that's 2 successes. That's a 2, 4 successes, 3, 6 successes, 3, 8 successes. She can definitely 100% read right through you. You are an open book to her. So, why are you hiding the truth? You cannot tell me a lie.
So now having to step out of character for a moment. I guess to ask a GM question.
Yeah.
That's a... I can't attempt to tell a lie and or...
You cannot attempt to tell a lie. You lost the roll.
Okay. And then I actually, up to this point, wasn't actually trying to play that I am attempting to hide the truth from her. That was, I mean, having not thought of, which I should, I forgot that the Bene Gesserit might want one or the other. So I was like, okay, obviously Jiro as game. So do you want me to now roleplay and make up a reason why I'm hiding the truth?
No, so this is being read inside your body language. So explain to us the truth via your body language. What gave it away? What told her the things? Keeping in mind, in this setting, truths can be read through body language. So this is more a narration. You get to narrate how she succeeds.
Cool. You see, she saw, even as we were talking, Alice's eyes like just flit over towards where Jiro is, and could see like a microscopic softening of her brow. You know, she had a hint of a neutral furrow, you know, for as furrowed a brow as a Bene Gesserit ever gets, she had one just being in this scenario. It's like, I'm focused, I'm dealing with all this stuff. But then, like, when she saw her cousin, she had just a momentary lapse in that, in the affection for him.
Letting your emotions speak for you, are we, sister? That will be their turn. Which brings us around to the PCs again, which is Zephyr and Jiro. Two of you are left.
Is Taras still trying to talk to me?
Yes, he has very much still got you locked in a dueling conversation.
What has he been talking about? Or
Well,
does
he
he
hasn't
just have me
taken-
locked in conversation? He's staring at me this
Where
whole time.
where we left it last is where it's been left.
Okay.
All these conversations, keep in mind, are happening at the same time. So a round, what's happening in that round is happening at the same time.
Literally, the last thing was the trading of
Intrigues and insults, essentially. But you did speak first, Zephyr, so I'm going to make you take the initiative. Because we've got people who are not hopping on it. It's either I give it to someone or I take threat coins. I might take threat coins in the future.
No.
Then hop on it, yo.
So I believe, from my memory, I asked the captain, "What can I do for you?" And I don't believe I heard an answer.
I can't fully remember either fully right now. Oh no, he did answer. He did answer. He answered with, "I just wanted to see if I can engage you with a conversation and get a drink together." He's proffering to go get drinks together. That was his answer.
I'm quite content for us to speak here as it stands.
Oh.
Zephyr's not interested in getting a drink.
That's alright. Clicks his fingers twice and a servant runs up. Yeah, can I get 2 drinks brought over? Here, you can take this one. There you go. They'll bring it to us.
So, did he just down that and then hand me the empty glass?
No, he handed the servant the empty glass, not you.
What's going on here? Alright, so Zephyr will grab the glass, but he's just gonna hold it. He's not gonna drink it.
Just holding it, not drinking it. The action is still in yours. Any kind of roll you'd like to do.
I'm gonna try and see if I can. As I'm engaged in conversation, I can't pay attention to Jiro and what's going on with him, right? Because my attention is focused. So I'm gonna try and escape the conversation so that I can focus on Jiro.
Okay. Kind of try to move away from his goading and his attempts to pull you in. You can easily do that through like a sign of body language as well, just moving your body to also include Jiro inside your side vision, making it clear that you're not focusing entirely on Taurus. So yeah, absolutely. For this communication or discipline, you're going to be setting a defense, and he's going to be trying to pull your attention back and pull your body language back fully towards his.
I'm going to deliberately, based on how we're positioned, turn my back to him if I can, so I can maneuver around to be near Jiro.
Near Jiro.
But very intentionally, like, you're not worth my time anymore.
Okay, I could see this
Why are
being
you pulling
a
a
move
me?
He learns from the best. You know what? I feel like this could be a move then. Oh, you don't want it to be a move. It could be an option. Although Grace.
No. It can be a move. Because
Yeah?
again, this isn't the first time that the Zephyr's been in a situation like this, and he is completely fine with just saying, "Screw you, go somewhere else," and going over to what his job is. So he can do that with Grace.
Absolutely. Okay, Grace, that's going to bring your focus into it. What's your drive?
The drive with this is, I mean, it comes down to the same every time, and it just makes the most sense. Duty to Jiro.
Oh, that's my favorite word. Okay. 4 plus
Yeah.
6. This is a well, he's not hostile, he's just unfriendly. Which, there's a difference between those situations. Neutral on that, so no extra dice for there. The duty, the statement's in there, so you're getting an extra dice there. That's 3.
Okay.
I'm also going to say, this sounds like a pretty decisive action. So you've got talent of decisive action. Do you know if that might come into play here?
So, I feel like that's going to be at the GM's discretion because it specifically says in combat.
Okay. I don't have
so
the full language. I just have this.
So at the very beginning it says you take risks in combat specifically.
Okay.
And it seems like in that decisive action it's all focused around physical confrontation.
Okay. Yeah, and they call these conflicts. There's a good difference between those two. Good catch. Excellent. 3 dice.
All right.
Crit range of 1 through 4, 10 or lower.
Shoot. Said 10 or lower?
Yeah, 10 or lower.
Not higher?
Not higher.
Wrong game.
How much momentum do we have left?
4.
4. I'm going to... Where's the sheet? There it is. I'm going to buy... Oh no, it's 2 points to re-roll.
It is, yeah.
I'm going to use 2 momentum to re-roll one of those.
Okay.
Dang it, why do the 7s have to look just like a 1? I was so excited for it. Yes! Oh. Okay, I think that's a little better. So we got a 7, we got a 10, and then we got a 13.
Okay, so 2 successes.
Okay.
This guy then is... He's rolling his communicate, nice good old 7. I don't think I want to do power on there. No. Let's go with... Shoot, none of his drives seem super powerful on this. Good to go with duty. Duty, though. He has a sense of duty here, and there's something he's aiming at.
I think I know what exactly he's aiming at.
His statement applies to it as well. I will run, I will rise. Let's see, any talents I want to use? No, that's battle only. Oh, he does have the trait of diplomat. Let's see if I could do it in a diplomatic way. As you're moving around and trying to move off from his deliberate engagement of a conversation with you, turning your back towards him, you'll hear him laugh. Really? A sense of honor, and you're turning your back to someone who is extending a hand of friendship. That's a good reputation you're setting for the name of House Nagara.
That's no hand of friendship.
Ah. We're seeing where the roll goes on this. Let's see. Boop. Those are all successes. There's a 4, a 9, a natural 1, and a 14.
And how does this play out?
How does this play out? It plays out by him getting in the way, grabbing hold of your arm and turning you to face him. A glass of water, and you say that's not a hand of friendship on the planet of Arrakis. If that's the case, then I beg to know, what do you consider a hand of friendship?
This is a player question now. Prior to their fight, before where Zephyr gave him the scar, was there any previous history, or is this a situation where we can create our own? I forgot what the word was for that.
Like create our own assets?
Yeah, create our own assets.
This is a situation where we can create our own asset. Like there's no specific defined histories to it. We do have this specific defined history of you gave him that scar on his face. However, if you want to hop in there and create an asset, creating assets like this during like combat scenarios, it's like creating a trait. It will cost you momentum to do. The same thing goes kind of for me. If I'm not going for a roll, it will cost me threat points to create assets. This being his turn, though, you're creating an asset on his turn. I'm going to ask for momentum points for that.
Okay. Trying to find the words for the question. Bear with me.
You got this. We believe in you.
I imagine that there would have been that the slash Zephyr would have given him, even though he was going for his death, was for a really good reason, more than just we hate the Harkonnens. Can we say that the captain, along with most Harkonnens, by my knowledge, both player and character, are ruthless in their battle, and so Zephyr feels like Nikula has no honor based on how he has fought in the past, maybe ruthlessly killing.
I'm going to spend 2 threat points. Increase this guy's threat to House Nagara and say he's the one who killed Daddy Nagara.
I like it.
Ouchie, whoa.
There we go. Your reply.
When honor is lost, it is near impossible to gain it back. And that is in the best of times. You lost your honor by the way that you murdered the head of our house. And I will regain my honor by finishing what I started during our last encounter.
Okay. Excellent.
Did this just turn into a combat encounter?
The goal wasn't to start an active brawl. I just want to throw that out there. It's more like your time's coming is what I'm going for. But if that's unavoidable because of what I've said, I'll go with whatever your discretion is.
Oh, you said what you said. I'm gonna move everything over, saying that was during PC turn. But I'm gonna shift it. As Shizu is going to approach you, Nathan. Looking over towards where Captain Taurus, Jiro, Zephyr, and Vadim are, looking concerned again, is going to say, I don't know about you, but that's looking like it's getting a little heated. Would you care to accompany me? We can't hear you.
Of course. You see him look visibly distracted and uncomfortable by the switch of thought. But obviously his main focus is to serve the house. So he obviously joined.
She is going to move subtly with you.
Okay.
There we go. You will get to the zone, but you will not be engaged in any conversations.
Cool. I have a question as
Yep.
to specifically what he was thinking about. Is anybody at this party specifically have anything to do with inventory of weapons?
Ooh, okay. Would you like to spend a momentum for an answer?
Pass my mentat ability?
Oh, right.
Sure.
Yeah. Nice. You're a mentat. Let's not forget that.
I am the note taker who will bring down this whole campaign.
Yes. So, you know, to a degree, Shizu takes care of some amounts of inventory. She does take care of a lot of manufacturing. She may be someone who would know information that you're looking after. Other than that, though, let's say... Oh, you know what?
My initial like Twitch reaction was like kind of aiming towards Major Raj. Varis?
He would have an idea as well. However, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make your life easy. I'm gonna give myself a threat point and say, this guy right here, right in front of you. He's the master of inventory for House Nagara.
Okay.
His name is Tenston Garis.
Tenston. Okay. Awesome.
And I'm not going to take a momentum from you. We're going to leave you at 2.
Ooh. Sick. Yeah, so he's actively thinking 2 huge questions. Who he's just calculating potential, like not necessarily like putting his sights on anybody, but like who along the production line would have leaked the weapons, and who potentially would have the most to gain as a highborn in House Nagara. So he's like thinking like, who would I talk to that would benefit as a highborn from taking out the two problems. He doesn't know who the two problems are, so he's like trying to fill in the blanks of who would benefit from the two people being gone, whether that be the mom and the sister, the mom and the brother and the sister. So who would benefit from the line Nagara being eliminated? So finding who would benefit from that would be a thing. But he's like, okay, so that's too complicated. There's too many dots to fill in there. Let's figure out the inventory problem. That's much easier to solve. So he's like going through that. And so as he sends Shizu away to have this conversation with somebody important, she calls him back in and he's like, fuck.
Language. Oh. Disturbed from the thought, brought over to that location. It is back over to the PCs. I believe it's just Jiro.
It's Just Jiro would be a really good 90s show.
100%. Alright.
It's just Jiro. What
Jiro.
trouble is he gonna get into this time? So Vadim just called me scrawny.
Yep, he sure did.
So I will say in response, is that what I can do? And just say something in response?
Yeah, it's your action. You get to decide what are you aiming for? What are you wanting? What are you liking? Do you want to create an asset? Do you want to learn something? Like, what do you
I
want
will
to roll
use my talent of bold communication to take a calculated risk.
Ooh.
And insult him by saying, you know, I am not quite so scrawny as some of the Harkonnen spice stores. I don't seem to be seeing those around anymore.
Okay. Oh. Yes. Calculated risk indeed. He's... Well. I believe everyone is suffering a certain amount of lack in spice. Production's been nowhere near as good as it was when it was under the Harkonnen rule. That is quite irrefutable.
Oh, some would say the cost of that production far outweighed the value of the production itself.
Some might, some might. Takes a sip from his water. Go ahead and give me a communication or a discipline roll.
Okay.
That statement...
We're gonna use persuasion in this time on our communication. Because I have deceit and persuasion.
Persuasion.
That's the only one I have two on.
Well, okay. So what would you like from a roll on this? So you
okay.
Explain the intent.
I would like to persuade him to stop messing around with Jiro Nagara.
Maybe show a little respect for once.
Maybe.
All right. Oh gosh. You're basically trying to.
I'm trying to like
essentially defeat the
outclass
roll.
him.
Yeah, outclass him. So I need to roll defensively with him. His well, that's the wrong stack. What did I do with the stack? Oh, there it is. Here we go. He's gonna roll discipline.
Okay.
Trying to keep himself together there. And it's going to be based off of truth. The truth is malleable, mine is absolute. Following the statement. I don't think I'll use any of the towers on this one now. That's a 6, a 2, and an 8. Being a GM normally and rolling terribly as a player is just a great time. Great time. Right, so yeah, the discipline plus the truth, that's 6 plus 5, that's 11. So he's looking for 11 or lower, just a crit range of 1, that's 3 successes. So you gotta beat 3. Well, he's also... It's neutral. Everything's neutral right now on him. This is standard wordplay inside this universe. So you will be rolling to try to beat him on this for the persuasion. Communicate or discipline, and then what your drive is, add it to it. All the assets and all that beautifulness. What you got?
My drive would be duty to my house. I feel that the house... Let's see, repay what you... The house owes a duty to the Empire to produce well, and so he holds that duty close to him while... Because, I mean, it's not like he's shirking his duty. He's holding it closer to him while going after the Vadim.
Okay, yeah. Look at it. Yeah, absolutely. Where is
That's 3 die, right?
That's 3 dice, yep.
Okay.
And you've got communication of 7 with persuasion and the focus, so 7 or lower for crits. And duty added to it, that's 15. 15 or lower for successes. 3 dice.
So that's a 3, a 2, and a 9.
Ooh, that's a total of 5. You beat the 3 by 2. You guys are back up to 4 momentum.
Nice. It's another peanut.
And he is not removed from the conflict, as this is a more important NPC, so losing to him doesn't immediately eliminate him. However, you do get an additional asset because of your successes. So something you can use as he's lifting his hand to drink. Underneath, ooh, smack of the mic. Abusing that mic, David. Why are you being so mean to him? Just underneath the sleeve and the cuff, there's a good scuff of spice and an unclean hand of sand. He's been outside in the desert recently.
Okay. And around some spice.
That is an asset you have, so write that down.
Okay.
You get to utilize that. You've got those wonderful innuendos you can play with too, gathering of information, it's great.
Sorry, I'm writing this asset down. Vadim has sand / spice. Him. Sleeve. Alright. So I'll say, well, I can obviously see that you have had your fill of this filth. I must take my attention elsewhere.
That is your action, your initiative, your turn. It is over to the NPCs. And for this, I'm actually going to be shooby-doop using someone else here. Usted is going to be getting up from the Countess's circle area and moving away. Up towards Sinric. Senric. There we go. Got there eventually. Right. Fresh round. We've probably got the time for one more round. Let's do it to it. It goes around to the end, to the PCs. It is all of your initiative. Everything's been refreshed.
What?
Well, Jiro, if it's appropriate to take initiative,
it's
going
up to you.
Going to move.
Lappin.
It's going to move closer to Alice to check up on her, make sure she's okay.
You want to move
mean,
boldly or
it's-
subtly?
I will move boldly.
Boldly? Okay.
Yeah.
As Vadim never technically locked you into a dueling scenario, you can absolutely move boldly. To gather and to actually succeed in taking the attention, you'll need to beat a challenge rating of something here. I'm going to put the challenge at 4, because this is a serious conversation, and that's going to be 4 after conclusions of scenarios. For you, everything's going to be fairly like a hostile scenario. She did tell you with the voice to leave the conversation, and now you're forcibly returning to it. So, give me a move roll. Tell me what your drive is. You're looking to beat 4.
I would say my drive. Even though it's low, my drive would be truth. I don't have an accompanying statement, but the truth would be there is hostility in this room, and we may need the assistance of some Bene Gesserits to maybe
quell.
And you might want to spend
Make the
momentum to get a
waters-
better die roll.
Yeah.
With how high that
Yeah,
is.
4 momentum, yeah.
Okay, I will spend 2 momentum to gain an extra die.
It's 1 momentum to gain 1 extra dice, 3 to gain 2.
Oh, 3 momentum to gain 2 then.
Okay, down to 1 momentum. It's the lowest I've ever seen it.
Oh, we're taking a jump.
Okay. Whee!
It's like Minecraft all over again.
Although we don't have any Electros to send us soaring into the sky again.
I'm sure there's lava at the bottom, though.
Uh-huh.
It's
Let's
like when
see how
you need
we
help with your siblings are fighting with you, but your parents are also fighting, and you're like, oh, what do I do?
One of Daddy Dearest. Okay. Let's move forward with... What did you say you added to it? I've already forgotten.
2 die?
No, what's your drive again?
Oh, truth.
Truth, right.
Out of
Yes.
5.
So, you're rolling 4 dice, 9 or lower.
Let's do it. Okay. Okay. We got a 10. A 7.
Okay.
A 6.
Okay.
And a 2.
Oh.
No focuses on that?
No, his move's got no focus. The truth remains truth has no statement behind it.
Would that bold movement
You know
involve
what?
my talent?
I would absolutely say this is a bold movement on your talent for communication.
Okay, we're gonna re-roll that 10.
Do it to it. Let's see. You can. You need one more success.
Oh, that's a 6. I was like, is it a 6?
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, that was about to be real bad. Okay. You get up to the conversation. How are you interrupting this very obviously serious conversation?
Very gracefully, I will say.
Right.
I hate to interrupt, especially as you have asked very kindly for me not to. There is a boiling situation in this room with the Harkonnens. Might you curtail some advice or possibly some assistance?
I did think it was foolish to invite the Harkonnens, especially last minute. I don't suppose you know what it is your mother wants them here for. Very well. Dinner will be starting soon enough anyway. We'll continue this conversation later, sister. Don't worry,
Yes,
young
of course,
lord.
Your Reverence.
I will handle it.
Jiro has turned
you.
into a 5-year-old.
I need some help.
I broke something in the kitchen. Please help.
Please help.
The stove is broken. Why did you turn the stove on?
Is this based on a true story?
All for the NPC turn. Kadira is going to take the initiative and move down here and insert herself into the conversation.
Oh. Go get him, Mom.
Go get him, Reverend.
I mean, Reverend Mom.
You're
Reverend
in
Mom.
trouble.
Ooh, someone said guapo. This is supposed to be serious setting, people. Why are we laughing so much? That's great. I love it.
Because the stress of how badly that could have gone is now washed away.
She will come down very directly. Look at the two. Captain Taurus, who's still smiling during this whole conversation. And Zephyr, who I imagine is probably looking fairly stoic right now.
Zephyr is stoic, but right after his last statement about how I'll regain my honor by your death, he's gonna take. He would have taken a drink at that.
He'll drink to that.
The engagements and interactions and differences are just magnificent. She will come down, see the two of you. The two of you are better engaged on a battlefield and not in conversation. You're drawing worries and concerns. Is anything going to be happening, or are we fine?
No, ma'am. Sorry to cause a disturbance.
Didn't mean to cause any worry. Just settling old scores. Maybe I'll see you later. In better scenarios.
We're looking forward to it.
He's gonna take a drink while he's walking, or departs from you, and starts walking towards Vadim. Dira will look at you, Zephyr, and you're looking ragged.
I've been better.
And then start moving away. Back over to the players. Jiro, you've taken initiative. Or you've taken your action, so the others.
Now that Zephyr is free to move, he is going to follow Jiro. Or he's going to walk back over to Jiro because he's still up by Alice now, right?
Yeah, he's moved up to Alice.
Yes. Zephyr is going to go back over to Jiro.
You will see no contest or behind this action, so easy movement for the action.
He's gonna, as he comes up to Jiro, he's gonna say, "Sorry about the trouble, sir. That won't happen again."
No trouble at all. Those Harkonnens deserve every word of spite they get.
Hmm.
And that man will pay for killing my father.
Yes, he will.
What?
One way or another.
I think our conversation went well. As well as it could have.
As well as it could have.
We are still in conflict, so hold the thoughts.
Okay.
As I'm going to take a quick NPC turn here. I'm going to move Shizu. Shizu's going to look at you, Nathan, and quickly say, like, that seemed too easy. And she's going to move off. And actually engage with Captain Taurus with a subtle conversation. Looks like she's challenging him in something. But that'll move it over to the PC's turn again.
Okay. Conflicted about the two people that he wants to talk about in the same zone. Duty comes first, obviously. And
usually at 8 a.m. in the morning. That's morning constitutionals. Anyway, carry on. Sorry.
Yep. Okay. Awesome. And he sees the captain with water and would like to intercept one of the servants who are bringing around water and bring 2 other glasses for Vadim and Shizu.
Okay.
So that everybody could be at an equal playing field of like, and kind of not leading negotiations, but like using his abilities to assist specifically in negotiations and kind of, take the advisory role of, seeking understanding among people. He obviously senses he was coming up. There was clearly stress, and then the mother comes in and like kind of just cuts it. But the thing is that when you cut it, you don't alleviate. You're just separating 2 conflicts. They're still charged.
Yeah.
So he's trying to quell the charge and help Shizu in delivering whatever she's delivering.
Okay.
Also, would I have any insight as to what she's trying to bring to the situation?
Yeah, so let me give you a little RP between these 2 NPCs. So to give you what conversation you're walking into as you're bringing these drinks up, and then we'll do a roll for like reading of the body language and reading the innuendos of the words.
Okay.
As you're coming up, you're hearing Shizu say, "Why are you here? Just tell me directly." Captain Taurus, "Look, your mother invited us. Why else would we be here? To settle an old score? Maybe?" "I've settled scores already. I think it's your captain who's got problems with me." "Is he your captain, Zephyr?" "I don't know what rank he is. He's not that important." At this point, give me a skill roll I'll let you decide. Give me a good reason, and then tell us your drive. Take a look at your sheet.
Okay. So obviously I'm trying to not necessarily play super dumb here, but almost like I'm agreeing to ignore it in this matter specifically. And so as Shizu speaks so boldly, I immediately hand her the water, like, chill the fuck out, and then I go over to that's what I wanted to pull up the table so I can see the names. Vadim, and I very graciously hand him the water as well. And then I will pretend to hold up a glass myself, because I didn't bring one for myself because I'm a dignitary, not a person of power. And I will say, let us drink to the highborns and to the power of the Harkonids. May their swords never be angled in House Nagara's direction.
Vadim very quietly in the background says, again.
That was Vadim.
That's Vadim, yeah.
He kind of smiles and says, well put, again.
Well, he's
and then kind of like tries to assist in a cheers, but then also looks specifically to Shizu and like goes like let's try to bring it down, like, because she did call me over and said it was getting spicy, and then she like immediately
jumps in. Yeah.
And so he's like please, like, let's pull it down just a little bit.
Excellent. Okay, so that sounds like a persuasion, so let's make it a communicate.
Okay.
And then the drive
is I'm gonna say tempered with understanding through faith, like faith that the family is gonna move in a positive direction. And I know it's stressful to bring in new people in like last minute at a party, but also these people can kill you, so stop. And I can't stop that in this moment. So yeah, he's like, I have faith in you that you're gonna guide me in the right direction, but also let's be friends.
Let's
at least here.
Be friends. Okay, so for this, it's hostile. She doesn't want to be calmed. It's gonna be, I mean, she's hostile towards him, not towards you per se, but she is definitely hostile right now. So
yeah,
it will be...
I'm very much knowing I'm in a hostile situation. Like, I don't feel safe at all. Yeah. He's just like, yeah, I understand. Yeah. Swords not pointed at each other. We're here for peace.
Peace. So for the difficulty of this, I would put it at a 3 just for her base mentality. Hostile would make it to 4, but she is an ally, so it's decreased by 2. So you've got a nice difficulty of 2 to defeat here. Your statement definitely plays in here, so 3 dice.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
I don't think any of your other stuff does either. May be careful for your traits, because you sounded pretty careful while you're doing that.
My traits. Wait, where does trait come from?
It's on page 2. It's not on the
page.
The actual one. I don't have any of those sheets out.
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure what traits really do. I can't remember.
They let you try something you can't do normally. They can make something easier to attempt, -1 difficulty. They can make something harder to attempt, +1 difficulty, or need a skill test normally, and can also stop you doing something that you would normally do.
Oh, well, thank you, Michael, actually, for that clarification. I would say yes, this does come in. Excellent. This does come in as you are being careful with how you're approaching Sisu and giving her the drink, trying very carefully to calm the situation. So it'll decrease the difficulty again by 1. So you're looking at 1.
Sweet.
Excellent. Oh, do I get some tasties?
So it's a 13, which I think is the challenge.
It sure is. Communicate. Oh, that's the wrong. No, that's the right one. 6 plus 7. Yeah, 13. So 13, that's a success.
Okay, cool. 1 success. And then an 18 and a 19 for 2 complications. Why do I have such bad luck?
It's not a bad enough situation to where the 18 is a critical failure, but the 19, we got to consider that to be a critical failure because this guy did kill the daddy. So she's pretty hostile towards him. So that will give you 1 complication. I'll take 1 from that.
Okay.
You do still succeed though, because you did get that success. So she is gonna calm down. And that complication is going to transfer into a threat point for me.
Racking them up.
I've spent a lot too this time.
I'm just giving away like candy.
Have all of them.
Oh man, it's great. Thanks for all the threat points this session, guys.
Saving them up for our last session.
No, I'm not going to do that. No, I'm going to save that thought for later. The captain is taking a drink. Long, nice drink. He's drinking Nagara water on Dune. Of course, he's going to drink as much as he can. Shizu will reluctantly bring it up and take a small drink. Stare at the two of them, and you will hear a ding 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 as dinner time is prepared and ready. And the guests who are invited to dinner begin to depart towards the dinner table. Now, we'll include all of you. During the time in between, I'd say the rest of you can gather up and travel together. Let's go through the end of session recap and talk about the information of what we have, what we know, and what we're needing to do. Very briefly, very quickly. What have we got?
We gained nothing.
Did we figure out why the mother invited the Harkonnens, especially the captain?
No. So you didn't figure out why they invited the Harkonnens. I would say Nathan definitely figured out that Shizu does not know why the Harkonnens were invited as well. For what's your name? For Alice, there's a sense that the Bene Gesserits need to be convinced that Jiro is the one to go with. They're leaning towards Shizu, as you would know originally, but they are open to your discussions and your conversation on it. You will do know that in order to convince the Reverend Mother to back the claim for Jiro, you're gonna have to be very direct and very careful with your words, seeing as you've been unintentionally, even unintentionally, still matters, still counts, indirect. The next time you approach her for the convincing motion, it's gonna have to be a very direct. You're gonna need evidence. You're gonna need something of substance to present to her. What else might have we gathered? Zephyr, the conversation with Captain Taurus Nikula, he knows something. You can sense it, you can feel it. He was
Clearly.
goading something towards you, being very blatant about his actions. So there's a little more to get in between there.
Probably has to deal with whatever the announcement's going to be.
Yeah, probably. Probably. You also did learn that Vadim Cirella has been out in the desert around Spice recently.
And his initials.
Yep.
Does his initials count? Yeah.
They at least seem to match the letter of VS.
VS, yep.
So that's a potential clue in that direction.
To close out the night, maybe I'll give you all one more roll. Maybe we'll do while everyone's walking to the dinner table. Let's put one little scene in here and then we'll close for the night. You all get a chance to watch the engagements of people while they're walking to the dinner table. So let's do essentially an insight roll. We're going to make it communicate. Communicate, and I'm going to ask that you attach probably... actually, no, I'll describe the scene. Shizu is walking with and talking with Captain Taurus Nikula and Vadim Cirella. In hushed tones.
What is...
This is going to be more for body language than conversation. You won't be able to hear their conversation.
Yeah, I was going to ask, what's her demeanor in her conversation?
That's going to be what this roll's for. So,
Yeah.
everyone, I'll ask for everyone to give me a roll for this. We're going to pull some rules from good old D&D, and I'm going to let everyone roll for this as opposed to just one person.
Okay. Can I get an extra die? Or, oh wait, no, can I make it easier for me because I am a Bene Gesserit and therefore no body language?
Absolutely, yep.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Threat range before you all tell me the answers. We're going to put it at 3. No, 4. We're going to put it at a 4, but you're reading Shizu, an ally, so it's 2 for you all.
Okay.
1 for you, Alice, because of your Bene Gesserit nonsense.
And I'm trying... Ooh. And we still have drives for this, correct? As usual?
Yes, you all only have 1 drive left, though. Or momentum, right? Oh, no, drive. Yes, that drive. You still have 1 momentum, too.
Okay. No, I just...
Communicate and then some modifier.
Yeah. Communicate, then some modifier. Let's go around. Jiro, I'm going to zero you out first because you're clockwise to me. Communicate. What's your drive? How many successes? You're muted. We can't hear you.
How many die did I get?
Standard 2. Just
Standard
2.
2? Okay. So my drive, faith gives me certainty where others don't. I don't know. I think Jiro's feeling pretty certain about himself right now.
Okay. That's definitely not what that's for, but it still applies. It's still gonna apply. It's still gonna work.
There we go. I got a 4 and a 5.
4 and a 5. That's 2 successes. All right. Which is enough for you. Great. Zafir, what did you get?
Would you like to know my drive first?
Yes. What's your drive? And what are your
Drive
rolls?
is going to be justice. Still seeking justice for the father being killed. And in the aftermath of that whole conversation with the captain, and seeing as the captain is part of this conversation,
That's fair.
He wants there to, yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So the drive for me, that is in 8. I don't know if that changes what my dice need to say. But one dice was a 16.
Ooh.
And the other was 8.
The other was 8. So you communicate plus justice. That's 15. Oh. You only got one success. You're a little too focused on the bitterness towards the captain having killed the father that you're not noticing what's going on. Nathan has run away. Alice.
Okay, so communicate. Drive is truth because I am both trying to determine what the facts of what it's like. Okay, that's interesting. What are the facts going on here? And also, the purpose of argument is to change the nature of the answer. I was, even to myself, unsure of the answers I was giving as to why I preferred Jiro. The Reverend Mother in our discussion or argument is changing how I need to view this. So I'm also like trying to find facts as to why Jiro is a better choice.
Okay.
Or maybe
Excellent.
even why she's
True. Okay. Perfect.
Oh, so that's my statement, so I get an extra dice.
Nice.
Oh no. Okay. So truth and communicate is 10. So it's a 6, an 8, and a 13. Okay, so I still pass.
Yeah, you pass. Very good, and you got one extra. That's another momentum. Very good.
Should I have had an extra dice since I was using my statement?
Yes. Roll that extra dice quickly. That's retroactively. What'd you get?
Didn't work.
What was
16.
it? 16. Oh no, yeah, it didn't
Yeah.
work. Oh, you're still too focused and angry at the captain. All right. Nathan, I'm going to tantallate you, and I'm going to try to actually sneak in an offer here. I'll give you... Well, give me a threat point, I'll give you some information. That's very good.
Okay. I mean, I'm here for House Nagara, and I was specifically in with Shizu as she was engaging in this very tense moment. So
Excellent. All right. For this, I am going to, seeing as you give me a threat point as well, I'll just let you go through on the roll here and see it. Shizu's body language is suggesting that she is familiar with Captain Taurus and has, in a bit more of a friendly way than you would expect. Not like a super duper friendly, oh hey, we meet at night, Romeo and Juliet type of situation, but friendly in the sense that they've had conversations like this before. For the little piece of information you get, and this is where we're going to finish for the night, I promise. As a mentat, you're constantly getting in general pieces of information fed through feeds on here. I know you wanted to get the information for the serial numbers on those rifles. So while you're leaving, we can easily say you put in a request for that report to get sent to you. The serial numbers do not exist. They were never created according to your books. However, also according to your books in the accounting, there are certain serial number factors. You know how when you do one batch, you have a batch number. You go to the next batch, there's batch number. There are some numbers that have been skipped. Either deleted or omitted or just not reported.
Suspicious.
That's where we're going to finish off.
Oh, what
for
did
this
Alice
time.
get, if anything?
Alice? For what? Oh, you got the body language thing. That's what you were reading, is her body language.
Oh,
She is familiar.
I thought you were... Okay, cool.
Nope.
For some reason, I thought that was the answer to what Nathan got. All right. Yay.
No. That's what the roll was for. Nathan got the information they were looking for, but didn't have the time to get it.
Cool.
Inside the conflict scenario. So, That's what we're going to be on this. Next week, we're going to be hopping into a larger scale dealio of intrigue for the first part of it, and then going from there and seeing what's happening. Actually, it's not next week. Next week we're off. We will not be meeting that time. We'll be taking 1 week off and then returning in 2 weeks' time on Friday. Oh boy. Who knew conflict could be entirely conversational?
A battle of
Yay.
wits.
Battle of wits.
That was good.
Delightful. That was fun. Well, let's see. Is there anyone that we can...
Also, speaking of Dune, speaking of Timothy Chalamet, Wonka is out on Max today, so check it out if you have.
Is it actually good?
So
I liked it. I thought it kind of connected more to the Roald Dahl side of things, rather than the classic Willy Wonka like 70s. So I don't know. If you kind of see it through that lens, I think it's more enjoyable. It's like a Roald Dahl story.
Have you heard the fan theory that Willy Wonka is actually Fred Weasley?
But I could totally see that.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright, let's raid Magic and Mysterium. Let's go say hello to those wonderful lot. They're playing some Baldur's Gate 3 right now.
Oh.
Nice.
Nice,
I want
nice.
to see where they're at.
Looks like they're fighting a giant crab.
Uh-oh.
Magic and not magical Mysterium. There we go. Okie dokie. Well, that has been part 2 of our Dune miniseries. Thank you everyone very much for joining us. We love you so much. Hope you had a hoot. We'll see you on Sunday. Ta-ta for now.
Bye.
Where's my ending screen?
May have closed for now. We hope you met a friend this go around. Tired and blurry you may be. We hope your minds are full from this revelry. Peace follow you out. May you return for more giggles and shouts.